has learned 8 men from Tajikistan with suspected ties to ISIS have been arrested after they entered this country through the southern border. CBS's Errol Barnett.
Sources tell CBS News that while authorities moved swiftly, there was no evidence of an active plot. Those men remain in ICE custody pending extradition.
An Army vet, heavily favored in his race before a last-minute endorsement by former President Donald Trump, has won the GOP Senate primary in Nevada. Sam Brown will face Democratic incumbent Jackie Rosen in one of the most closely watched Senate contests this year. 30 years ago today in L.A.
A passerby walking down the sidewalk observed the bodies of a female white, approximately 30 years old, and a male white, approximately 30 years old.
Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman were murdered, leading to what many called the trial of the century. Former federal prosecutor Laurie Levinson.
More people watched the O.J. Simpson preliminary hearing than actually watch Gulf War coverage.
S&P futures up 4, Dow futures ahead 37. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Is there anybody out there that would be worse than Elvis for you?
If there's anybody out there who wants to torture me.
Springsteen.
Oh my God, can you imagine a week of Springsteen
Let's
music?
do Bruce. Does Madonna trigger you?
Yeah, I don't like her either.
Okay. Do you want to put together a list of the artists that trigger you the most? We'll just keep rattling off things for charity. Just create the list of everything you hate in the world.
Bruce would do it. John Mellencamp.
Okay.
He's another one.
It's all for a great cause.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Don't walk around with T-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
If it's been a minute since you've considered an Infiniti, now's the time to check out the Bush Auto Group. At Bush Infiniti of Westchester, we have exceptional offers just for you. Enjoy rates as low as 4.9% for 36 months on Infiniti certified pre-owned vehicles. Plus, every new Infiniti comes with 3 years free maintenance. Don't wait. Visit in-store today at Bush Infiniti of Westchester or online at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Right now, someone you know is hungry. Right now, a friend needs help with their special needs child. I'm Ernie Russum, board president of Philadelphia's Catholic Charities Appeal. Please help us give hope to those in need. Donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org. Thank you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication.
Visit I'm Greg Gutfeld.
I'm Martha McCallum.
I'm Brett Baer, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. I'm Lisa Brady. President Biden's son Hunter is convicted, but that likely won't stop a debate about government being weaponized.
I think our justice system is really, in some instances, the last thing that's holding us together, while other institutions around us kind of crumble.
We speak with Fox's Trey Gowdy.
I'm Dave Anthony. It remains a big question before the Trump-Biden rematch. Who will the former president pick to be his running mate?
I think somebody who's got the good foreign policy and national security experience, who's also great on TV, who's a great communicator, is probably the best way to go for President Trump. And I frankly think that comes down to 2 or 3 people.
And I'm Greg Jarrett. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Less than 2 weeks after former President Trump became the first U.S. president convicted of a crime, history is made again, this time in a federal courtroom in Delaware.
Quite an extraordinary moment when the son of the sitting president of the United States was found guilty. It happened very quickly. Hunter Biden showed no emotion. He remained tense. He was looking still. He patted Abby Lowell on the back as if to thank him, even though this did not go their way.
Fox's David Spunt at the courthouse in Wilmington, where First Lady Jill Biden attended nearly every day of the trial, but wasn't back in the courthouse yet when the verdict was read. The jury finding Hunter Biden guilty on all counts, 3 felonies, for lying about drug use when he bought a gun in 2018.
Ultimately, this case was not just about addiction, a disease that haunts families across the United States, including Hunter Biden's family.
Special Prosecutor David Weiss says the case was about illegal choices made in the throes of addiction.
His choice to lie on a government form when he bought a gun and the choice to then possess that gun. It was these choices and the combination of guns and drugs that made his conduct dangerous.
One juror describes the case as heart-wrenching, but says they just tried to focus on the evidence, ultimately rejecting defense attorney Abby Lowell's suggestions that Hunter wasn't using illegal drugs around the time he bought the gun. Hunter Biden, who did not testify, says he's disappointed with the verdict, but more grateful for the support of family and friends. President Biden also releasing a written statement saying he'll accept the outcome and loves his son, also signaling an appeal is being considered. The verdict happened during a House Rules Committee hearing.
Now I ask, after the verdict this morning, how can any Republican in their right mind argue that the Biden administration is weaponizing the DOJ to hurt Republicans and to help Democrats?
Massachusetts Congressman Jim McGovern also says there's a stark contrast in reaction to the Hunter Biden verdict and former President Trump calling his New York conviction for falsifying business records rigged. He is scheduled to be sentenced next month. There's no sentencing date yet for Hunter Biden, who could face 25 years in prison, but with no criminal record could also avoid prison time. His jury deliberated for only about 3 hours.
We are fascinated by the intersection of law and politics, but juries are fascinated by facts.
Trey Gowdy is a former federal prosecutor and congressman, now the host of Sunday Night in America on Fox News Channel and the Trey Gowdy podcast.
So it's pretty simple. Were you an addict or an unlawful user of a controlled substance when you filled out these forms? Well, there are no lawful users of cocaine, base, or crack cocaine. So we can rule that one. The question then becomes, were you an addict? It sure sounded like he was one, and the defense didn't put up an expert to say, no, he was not an addict. So every box that needed to be checked could be checked. I'm glad that they took a little bit of time, a couple of hours. But again, I've had verdicts in 14 minutes. So you can't possibly tell me that a jury went back and considered all of the evidence and took a bunch of votes in the course of 14 minutes. They had to have known walking back there what they were going to do. And I think that was true in this case, too.
The defense did try to argue there was no proof no proof of Hunter Biden using illegal drugs at the time of this gun purchase. Why wasn't that enough, at least for reasonable doubt?
Yeah, that is a fact. He actually did not break out a mirror, a razor blade, and $100 bill while he was filling out the forms. That is probably accurate that he did not. It also insults the intelligence of the jury. The fact that you are an addict does not talismanically stop when you walk through the threshold of some gun shop. So this statute says addict or unlawful user. I just think if your argument is that means you weren't literally using drugs at the time you paid for this gun, that you're not guilty. I just think juries, prosecutors talk a lot about common sense. Common sense dictates that statute does not mean that you were literally smoking a marijuana cigarette while you were handing over your credit card to purchase a firearm.
What about the concept of jury nullification, kind of a good guy strategy, which seems like it would apply more now when he's in the recovery phase of his life, right? But, would it have helped to put Hunter Biden on the stand?
No, it would not have helped to put him on the stand, I don't think. Whether or not you could call an expert to say that he actually was not an addict, one of the defense witnesses they called actually wound up backfiring. So, jury nullification is where you go when you have nothing else. You probably have heard the phrase, if you have the facts, pound the facts. If you have the law, pound the law. If you don't have either, pound the judge. That's a common phrase among us litigators. Jury nullification is where defense attorneys go when they have no defense. He has no defense on the facts. He's got Hunter Biden admitting to being addicted to cocaine base. I mean, he repeatedly admitting to it. You got the gun. You got family members who are not like dying to get him in trouble, corroborating the prosecution's theory. I actually work with Abby Lowell, his defense attorney, quite a bit when I was in Congress. He represented Jared Kushner. He represented Ivanka Trump. He had no facts to go with here. So this was a long guilty plea. I mean, we can call it a trial if we want to, but to me, it was a long guilty plea. The ending was, if you like cliffhangers, don't watch this trial, because the ending was never in doubt.
Do they have any potential avenues for appeal, in your opinion?
None. Their best hope is that the judge blames Abby Lowell for the jury nullification and not the defendant. But, just to play the devil's advocate, because I enjoy doing it, I think the judge may very well look at the prosecutor and say, you know what, it wasn't that long ago that you brought a plea agreement in front of me that had no jail time for him. So you tell me what changed.
Hunter Biden is facing a separate trial on tax charges in September. Those charges would have been part of the original plea deal that would have gotten rid of this gun case to begin with. Is that tax case just as tricky for the defense, which has essentially said, back taxes have already been paid?
Yeah, that is a mitigation. That is not a defense. The reality is, if you have literally a calendar, you can prove this case. You have to pay your taxes by this date. So, there are very few things we can predict with certainty in life, but what day Christmas falls on would be one of them. What day tax day falls on would be another one of them. So literally, you need a calendar and you need the absence of a return. So that is not a complicated factual case. Politically, it would be very difficult for President Biden in the throes of a general election campaign to have a lot of conversation about how much money his otherwise unqualified son was getting from a whole bunch of folks. So I think he's going to plead to the tax case. Sentencing takes several months in the federal system. I think it'll drag out beyond the general election. The president will either have been reelected and be, term limited, or he will have been defeated and therefore a lame duck. And I think he's going to wind up pardoning his son.
Even though he has said that he would not do that. He essentially ruled out, in an ABC interview, the possibility of a pardon.
I hate to be cynical. You have no idea how much I hate to be cynical. It just drives my wife crazy how cynical I am. But he would not be the first politician to actually go back on something he or she said. There's actually a long, rich history of that in our country. So all he's got to say is what every other politician has said, which is some minor fact changed. Or, I mean, my favorite when I was in Congress was somebody says, I prayed about it. Well, I mean, who am I to interfere with what God told you to do, or you think he told you to do? There are 1,000 ways out of that.
The Trump campaign, in fact, calls the Hunter Biden trial a distraction from what they call the real crimes of the Biden family. The big picture, though, is a messy one this election year, with a lot of focus on court cases in general. And all of the prosecutors say we're following the law, no one's above the law. How much can all of this be impacting perceptions about the judicial system, though?
And not in a positive way. And I can't pinpoint when it began. I've been very, very critical of some of the players in the past: Peter Strzok, Jim Comey, Andy McCabe. I can't pinpoint. I remember being in a congressional hearing and Jim Comey having that, faux righteous indignation that he was so famous for when I suggested that politics was influencing what the FBI was doing. And he said that the FBI doesn't give a whit about politics. There's not a person alive that believes that now. After his insertion into Hillary Clinton in the fall with his letter to Congress, after the fake Russia investigation, I think our justice system is really, in some instances, the last thing that's holding us together while other institutions around us kind of crumble. And I know there's a temptation to fight fire with fire. There's a perception that President Trump was unfairly targeted, so therefore let's go target Democrats. And I think you fight fire with water, not with fire. We have got to get beyond the point where we are using the justice system to go after political opponents. You go after fact patterns. No one is above the law, that is a fact, but no one is beneath the law either. And you shouldn't be targeted because of your status, and you should not be rewarded because of your status. Lady Justice wears a blindfold. I wonder why that is. So she doesn't know who is in front of her, whether it's a friend or a foe. And until we get back to that, then we are going to continue to struggle with this perception/reality of a politicized justice system.
You think we're about to enter a new phase of all of this with a potential debate about fairness in sentencing? Because we don't know yet what the former president and what Hunter Biden might be facing.
I probably have more people on death row than most people that you talk about, that you talk to. And I have stood in the courtroom while more men were sentenced to life without parole than most people that you talk to. So I am not soft on crime. I don't think either one of these cases is an in custodial prison case. I think prisons should be reserved for people who are actually a threat to your physical health, well-being, safety. In other words, for violent offenders. Neither President Trump nor Hunter Biden has a criminal record. They're not recidivists. They're not career offenders. And I think if we had to do it all over again, President Trump wouldn't have been prosecuted at all because someone not named Trump would not have been prosecuted on this kind of manufactured misdemeanor. And I think Hunter Biden would have been in drug court. He would have admitted wrongdoing and would have said, you know what, I want to go in drug court just to make sure I stay clean. And then you and I would not be having this conversation. There's plenty of real violent crime that you and I could be talking about. But neither one of these defendants is a threat to your personal safety.
Trey Gowdy, host of Sunday Night in America and the Trey Gowdy podcast. Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all: gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Next.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's officially summer, and the Zioli Army is headed to Cape May. Let's storm the beaches of Cape May at the Grand Hotel. Join me for our live show, Friday, June 21st. Can't wait to see you there at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. And we're going to have a very special surprise guest hanging out with us as well. So make it a priority. Put it on your calendar today, Friday, June 21st, 3 to 7 p.m., live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
I'm a dad, as you know, and I know what my dad wants for Father's Day, so I'm the expert when it comes to this. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Here's how you make Dad very, very happy this Father's Day. Omaha Steaks. Packages starting at just $89 when you go to omahasteaks.com and use my promo code ZIOLI at checkout. ZEOLI. Father's Day's almost here. You gotta get cracking on this, all right? You can pick from premium proteins like juicy pork chops, air-chilled chicken, beefy burgers, and obviously the best steaks out there. Endless flavor, endless variety, and endless value. omahasteaks.com. Promo code ZIOLI at checkout. That's how you get the packages starting at $89. And you don't want to wait on this. And trust me, Dad does not want anything else but this amazing food, because he can have the family around the grill. We love to grill, makes us feel like a guy, manly, you know what I mean? So do it today. Just go to omahasteaks.com. Packages starting at $89 when you go to omahasteaks.com and use my promo code ZIOLI at checkout. omahasteaks.com. Don't walk around with t-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Calling on Levittown.
Hello there.
To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
All eyes on the Fed today, which will announce its latest interest rate decision this afternoon. It's widely expected it will remain unchanged at 5.25% to 5.5%. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell will talk following the decision. It's expected he'll say the rate must be held tighter for longer to cool inflation towards the Fed's 2% target. This morning, we'll also get the Consumer Price Index numbers for May. On Wall Street Tuesday, the Dow down 121, the Nasdaq up 151, its 15th record close of the year. The S&P 500 gained 15 for its 27th record close of the year. AAA says the national average for gas prices on Monday was $3.44 a gallon, down 8 cents from a week ago, 19 cents from a month ago, and over 14 cents from this time last year. The reason? Mild demand and ample supply. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
While former President Trump attempts to return to the White House, he'll be back in Washington tomorrow.
Well, when President Trump is reelected, and I believe he will be, we need to be ready to secure the border, ready to deal with high prices, ready to unleash American energy.
Senator John Barrasso on Fox Business as he and other House and Senate Republicans get ready to meet with the former president Thursday to discuss policy and strategy.
We need to make sure we have Donald Trump for 4 more years. We need him back on the world stage.
Will Senator Tim Scott join him on that stage? He dropped out of the 2024 Republican presidential race, but is said to be in the running for Trump running mate, along with several other senators who've been on Fox lately, like Marco Rubio.
Well, I'm looking forward to that ticket. I don't know if I'll be on it. People keep saying that in the media. I'm on a short list. I've never seen a short list. No one's ever told me about
Have you had discussions with President Trump about it?
I have not.
Ditto for Senators J.D. Vance and Tom Cotton.
I have not talked to Donald Trump about it. I'm very interested in helping him out, whatever that looks like.
I'm confident he's going to make a good choice for the ticket and the party, more importantly, for the country.
Some House Republicans may also be under consideration, like Byron Donalds or Elise Stefanik. Another possible Trump vice presidential choice, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, who has been out campaigning for the former president a lot since he also dropped out of the White House race.
When people see him, they see the depth of his care about the country, and he's right on all the issues that matter.
Now, we'll find out soon, because the Republican convention starts July 15th in Milwaukee, where the former president and his VP pick will be nominated.
He has an embarrassment of riches, in my humble opinion, when it comes to selecting a running mate.
Kellyanne Conway is a Fox News contributor. She was the Trump campaign manager in 2016 and then senior counselor to the president in the White House after he was elected.
Contrast that to Joe Biden, who stuck with Kamala Harris. I used to think it was a really ill-served decision that he made in choosing Kamala Harris, but now I think it was absolutely brilliant because Harris is probably one of 3 people in the entire country who can't upstage Joe Biden. So 2016, I was intimately involved with the selection of Governor Mike Pence of Indiana. My argument for Pence was he was governor of a Rust Belt state, and where he had cut taxes in the first 100 days by 5% on employers and on individuals. The argument was also he had been in Washington for 12 years, 6 terms in Congress from Indiana, but he never sort of became a creature of Washington. The other thing is that Mike Pence was very good in terms of assuaging the concerns and expanding the reach into evangelical Christians, other people of faith, and also what I would call the constitutional conservatives, the Federalist Society crowd, very concerned about who President Trump would put on the federal courts, indeed, including, if not especially, who would replace the deceased Antonin Scalia in the Supreme Court, a seat that was kept open. Thank you, Mitch McConnell.
Now, that's 8 years ago, Kellyanne, of course, and what the president was looking for then. What do you think he wants for 2024? What type of a running mate do you think he needs this time around?
I think President Trump should think of 3 big things. One is who can help him win electorally, who can help him govern, because he wants to work with alacrity on a number of the terrible policies, whether through executive order or legislation that Joe Biden has foisted on this country. And number 3, who can be ready on day one? I think the overall consideration should also be who is not a distraction and subtraction.
Okay, let's go back to the first part where you talked about, who can help him get elected. What is that vice presidential pick that does that? People have talked about, okay, you pick someone from a state that you need to win or from a voting group you want. People have talked about Tim Scott or Byron Donalds or even Ben Carson going for the support that he sees growing in the black community. Do you think that is the kind of area that he wants?
Yes, well, I wrote an op-ed in the New York Times 4 months ago. It was called "Who Should Be President Trump's Number 2?" And I made the case that it should be a person of color. If I had, if all of the things being equal, which of course they never are, I would still recommend that because Donald Trump is expected to have monster gains among African-American and particularly Hispanic voters, and particularly men. And the argument for Ben Carson, who was a wonderful Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, is a world-renowned pediatric neurosurgeon before that, and just an upstanding human being. The argument there is a little bit of the Dick Cheney argument for George W. Bush, which is why not pick somebody who's not competing with you, who doesn't have his eye on being the standard bearer for MAGA starting in 2028. And I think that's another argument for Doug Burgum. They've become pretty close, the sitting governor of North Dakota, who, like Ben Carson, ran against Donald Trump for president. And then, of course, Byron Donalds, Congressman. I think Donalds and Rubio both have to get past the 12th Amendment concerns of not having a president and vice president from the same state. That's in the Constitution. I think that's easily solvable. The media makes a big deal of it because, frankly, they're scared of either one.
Now, the Constitution doesn't bar 2 from the same state being on the ticket. What it does do is it makes the electors in the state of Florida pick either former President Trump or his running mate. They couldn't vote for both, which would be a problem potentially if it's a very close election, right? Correct.
And nobody needs that headache. I wouldn't worry as much about the residency issue because I have spoken directly with people who are in the know. It's a little easier to solve than it may look. And I think the reason that the liberals and the legacy media mention it is because they're afraid of Rubio and they want, if not Donalds, and they don't want him to be selected. I think Senator Tim Scott helps Trump win, would help him govern, and would be ready on day one as well. Tom Cotton, known for his national security and intelligence background and his bona fides in that space as well. So the other thing I wanted to say, if you're Doug Burgum or you're Tom Cotton, or if President Trump doesn't select you as VP, go and be Secretary of State, Director of CIA, Tom Cotton. Go and be Secretary of Commerce or Energy, Doug Burgum. So I think that President Trump also has all these very important jobs that need to be filled.
All right, let me ask you about a couple of others who've been talked about. Elise Stefanik, Congresswoman from New York. She has been talked about. She's been out there at his trial in New York before the conviction, supporting him along with Doug Burgum and Tim Scott and others. What do you think of the Congresswoman?
She's a friend. I've known her for 10 or 12 years. She was the youngest woman ever elected to Congress at the time she was, roughly 10 years ago. She's the number 4 in the House, so she's really worked her way up the male hierarchy. I don't know that he needs to pick a woman. I think that would be wonderful, and I'm all about qualifications, not gender, not race, et cetera. But I think all things considered, it's probably smarter to go to the Senate than the House. But she obviously has a huge future. She's barely 40. And that's just like J.D. Vance. I think they're roughly the same age, 39-year-olds. We have these bright lights in our party that are just honestly just getting started in terms of their leadership on policy issues and their fearlessness in terms of taking on the left and our major institutions.
I want to talk about another potential female running mate, Nikki Haley. Of course, she ran against former President Trump very hard in this primary race. She finally dropped out. It took her some time before she said that she was going to vote for Donald Trump in November. Is she a possibility still or no?
I guess the question is she the only person who can bring on those other voters? To me, Rubio helps with those voters. A bunch of other people, Tim Scott helps with those voters and those donors. So I don't think they're Nikki voters. I think they're a little Trump shy and somewhat skeptical, but they certainly don't want Joe Biden or RFK Jr. if you look at the polling. And so in the end, as you see with many of these donors and many of these swing voters, they probably will come home to Trump. So I hope she will continue to be helpful to President Trump in raising money and raising awareness to some of these voters and in raising alarm bells when it comes to the Biden agenda. And a second term of Biden-Harris, when they have absolutely no fear of voters in the future, that's a dangerous prospect.
Just days before the Republican nomination at the convention, there will be the sentencing for former President Trump in New York. Do you think that conviction could be negative for independent voters? Certainly a lot of Republicans have believed and agreed with him that it was a political targeting, a hoax, and a no crime and all that kind of stuff. What about independents who aren't sure?
Well, we've seen that already. There's been very little movement in terms of Donald Trump's ballot position and strength vis-a-vis Joe Biden with respect to the conviction. And in fact, it's probably bolstered him a little bit among certain groups who also feel like they've been victim to the two-tier justice system, as he says. So a sentencing may be different than conviction for some voters, but I would just revert to what I said after the Access Hollywood tape, where you had Republicans like sitting Speaker Paul Ryan, sitting senators, governors. He's got to drop out. He's got Donald Trump's got to get out of the race right now. We're going to lose it. You had people demanding his head on the platter and his withdrawal, his exit from the race. He stayed in, he won. This time, you see a lot of those folks, particularly those who are rumored to be on his short list for VP. You see them actually on TV and defending him and going and showing up in New York and then all over social media and the television and radio saying this is crazy, when we can't prosecute political opponents. When that happens in other countries, they flee to the United States of America, et cetera. So we're seeing the opposite.
Do you have a prediction as to who the running mate will be?
I do not. I wouldn't dare do that because I think President Trump is going to make that decision based on several factors. I would say it's great he's looking at the Senate. I think given how dangerous and fraught the world is, that Joe Biden has got us in two new wars, in Ukraine and the Middle East. Iran is on the march. The strong men that were sort of contained during Donald Trump's presidency are on the march again. And you see what's happening, sweeping the EU and other countries, that there's a march right among the voters. They just want conservative governance. They want people who aren't going to overregulate and overtax them and strip them of their freedoms. If you look at all of that, I think somebody who's got the good foreign policy and national security experience, who's also great on TV, who's a great communicator, is probably the best way to go for President Trump. And I frankly think that comes down to two or three people.
Kellyanne Conway, Fox News contributor, heads up her own consulting from KA Consulting, also former campaign manager for Donald Trump in 2016, former senior counselor to the president after he was elected and a pollster. Thanks so much for joining us.
It's a real pleasure, Dave. All the best. And we'll talk more after he makes his VP selection from Milwaukee.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's
common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. President Biden heading to Italy today for the G7 summit. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says member nations will address the Chinese government's support for Russian defense.
And we will confront China's non-market policies that are leading to harmful global spillovers, working with partners in and beyond the G7 to promote economic resilience and security.
And Kirby says President Biden will also sit down with Ukraine's President Zelensky on Thursday. This after the president was in Delaware on Tuesday, where his son Hunter was found guilty on 3 felony counts of lying on a federal gun application in 2018.
He was convicted of lying to a store clerk and then possessing a gun illegally for 11 days, having been addicted to drugs.
Fox's David Spun, a sentencing date not yet announced. Hunter Biden does face up to 25 years behind bars. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Boston Celtics have an opportunity to take a commanding 3-0 series lead Wednesday night in Game 3 of the NBA Finals. But the health of one of their stars is now a major question mark. Kristaps Porzingis, who has played well in the first 2 games after missing 10 straight with a right calf strain, is dealing with a new injury. Porzingis has a rare tendon injury in his left leg, which he suffered during the third quarter of Boston's Game 2 win. Porzingis has provided a spark off the bench for the Celtics in the first 2 games of the series. In Game 1, he had 20 points, adding 6 rebounds and 3 blocks. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Here's my big takeaway from ESPN's coverage of the NBA Finals last night. I don't think their studio crew is all that good together, and they had a 5-person desk at halftime. And Josh Hart of the New York Knicks, of the stars of the NBA, you could have gotten pretty far down the list to go get that Knicks player. And I thought he was fine. I thought his on-screen presence was okay. He did a decent job. But here's where ESPN failed. At halftime, they had 5 people on their desk. Those 5 people had a grand total of 1 minute and 20 seconds of on-air time. Josh Hart spent 10 seconds talking. They teased, Josh Hart's going to tell you how to stop the Celtics. It was a 20-second segment. He got 10 seconds. 10 seconds, they went back to a break. 12 minutes of commercials during halftime. 1 minute 20 of a halftime show. That was bad. I felt like they didn't know how long halftime was.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Organizers of the Nathan's Famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest banned 16-time champion Joey Chestnut after he signs with the competing brand. USA Cricket tries to shock the world again, taking on India in the T20 World Cup. And Billy Ray Cyrus splits from his wife after 7 months of marriage, citing inappropriate marital conduct.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
2 of the NL's best will battle it out when the Dodgers visit CBP on Tuesday, July 9th at 6:40, Wednesday, July 10th at 7:05, and Thursday, July 11th at 6:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Xfinity fireworks shows at Citizens Bank Park are always a blast. Don't miss out on Thursday, June 27th and Friday, June 28th, both at 6:20 when the Phils face the Marlins. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hey, did you know one of the largest U.S. flags in the state of Georgia stands proudly in Pure Talk's parking lot? Now, it's in honor of that flag and what it stands for that Pure Talk is now supporting America's Warrior Partnership in their mission to prevent veteran suicide. Ask a vet. The transition to civilian life can be very difficult, especially in this economy. Access to housing, employment, even getting their earned VA benefits can be really hard. Now, that's where America's Warrior Partnership steps in. They provide fundamental needs to our warriors. You can help this great cause simply by switching before Flag Day to my cell phone company, Pure Talk. Now choose a wireless company that shares your values. Upgrade your cell phone service to America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. You just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you make the switch. Just dial pound 250 and save now for superior cell phone service. That's half the price of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, and you get the help of vet and neat.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on
on this Wednesday, June 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenzel with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Bill Almquist, Henry Mashett, our associate producers. Hump Day Wednesday. A lot of good stuff to get to, including our man, Tony Bruno, coming up from Florida live at 8:30. The man with multiple Twitter feeds. And to my knowledge, still both active at 6:01 this morning. But that could change by 8:30. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. A lot of news, a lot of breaking news in Philadelphia.
No doubt about it. Gregory, how are you?
It's never a slow news day here.
No,
never. It's
no.
just I just
we're not doing Mount Rushmores of cereals today. All right? We've got real stuff to chop up and discuss.
Mount Rushmore's of Phillies players. I think I heard that yesterday.
No comment. Not my issue anymore. June in an election year. I've got plenty to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got a lot of good stuff. Hunter Biden, officially a convicted felon.
Shocking.
But as our Yale law professor has said, you're not really a convicted felon until you go to sentencing. We'll get to that in the big take. The verdict impact on the election. Will there be any? We've got some data. Also, the significance of June 27th, as we are a mere 15 days out from debate number one. Kristi Noem says something that I wholeheartedly agree with. We've got a Doug Burgum update to get to. Rachel Maddow and AOC both with mega TDS meltdowns yesterday. We'll give you those details. And Hollywood trigger warnings.
Hollywood trigger warnings.
That's correct. 9 o'clock hour. Looking forward to that. And also, maybe a new trend. Restaurants saying, you know what? If you're under 30, keep it moving, Skip. We don't want you.
Amen.
Yeah, we'll get to a lot of that.
How can I get that?
I think you can check them out on DuckDuckGo.
Gotcha.
Book your reservation
Yeah.
and handle all of it. Cut sheet at 7:45. Bruno at 8:30. But we got a lot of news, so let's get to it right off the top at 6:03. Round number one. The great Dawn Stensler.
Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. This Wednesday morning, June 12th, sun is up, 63 degrees. A beautiful sunny day on tap. Forecast in a moment. The breaking news happening right now in Philadelphia is police investigate the shooting of a 17-year-old in the Hunting Park section of Philadelphia. That's an active scene with an active investigation. Latest shooting of an underage, of a kid, a Ute, as we say, in Philadelphia. So we're tracking that. But the big story out of Philadelphia is the feds arresting, they say, 8 men from Tajikistan with potential ties to ISIS in Philadelphia, New York, and L.A. over the weekend. We're just learning about it. So Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, ICE, arresting those 8 guys with potential ties to ISIS here, and it's mostly, we're told, centered on the East Coast. So one suspect was arrested in Los Angeles, in California. However, the focus was here on the East Coast. So this is a country in Central Asia surrounded by Afghanistan, Uzbekistan. My brother always said he had a best friend in high school, the Stands.
The Stands?
His friend would say, where are you from? The Stand. I'm one of the Stands.
Afghanistan, Pakistan, Tajikistan.
China's right there.
China. Yeah. I'll take came through the southern border for $1 billion, Alex.
Yep. Bing, 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 bing.
But they passed all kinds of legal things, didn't they, to get over across the border?
Isn't that something?
That's what I'm more concerned about is the
screening process.
Yes.
Yeah.
8 men crossing through the southern border into the United States, according to authorities. Their criminal background checks, everything came back clean at the time. At least 2 of them we know crossed the border in the spring of 2023.
Oh, wow. Okay.
One of them actually use the CBP One app.
Yeah, you download it today in your favorite app store, Google Play or Android.
Oh, this is horrendous.
Yes.
That's unbelievable.
So isn't that good? The Biden administration created that CBP One app, allowing, yes, alleged ISIS terrorists to cross our border. Isn't that fantastic?
Remember we were called kooks and conspiracy people for saying that, hey, you know what? All these military-age men who are coming across the border may not be a good thing.
Yep. How many times did I say the whole world is paying attention? I mean, why fly a plane into a building when you can just come up through the southern border undetected?
It's true.
So apparently the multiple law enforcement agencies, local, federal, ICE, as I mentioned, FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, they say that they were reportedly aware of the potential terror threat originating in Central Europe, started watching these 8 men as part of the investigation. They're calling this a sting operation.
Ah, yes.
A sting. But the FBI monitoring them for several months, keeping a close eye on all of their activity. Apparently they were able to bug or track some of their conversations over the phone, and there was mention of an explosive or a bomb, that sort of thing.
Oh my God.
Now, none of the 8 are currently charged. None are charged with terrorism. The FBI still alerts ICE that the men should be arrested due to the potential ties to ISIS.
Could you imagine if they actually pulled off some level of a terror attack?
Oh, my God.
And, it became obvious that they came up through the southern border. That would just seal Joe Biden's fate for re-election. We need Trump to defeat ISIS again.
So and by the way, none of them charged with actual terrorism. They're saying there were no active plots.
Yeah, mostly peaceful.
So the 8 were all arrested on immigration charges.
Yeah.
God.
So they're detained and facing removal proceedings. They have to go in front of an immigration judge, and they could later face terrorism charges, at a later date, but they wanted to make sure they were detained.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Well, maybe they just wanted to escape ISIS and came here to find a better life.
Seek refuge.
For their children and their wives.
I'm sure some liberals in Newtown will take them.
Stop. So we have a little Philadelphia news for you. As expected, we had Mayor Sherrell Parker speaking out about Philadelphia's schools gap, saying that Philadelphia schools have a $1.4 billion gap between the state funding that Philadelphia receives and what experts say we need here in Philadelphia to adequately, properly educate all students in our public schools. So Mayor Sherrell Parker yesterday called for Harrisburg leaders to pass that state budget that Democrats in the House have passed that would change the way schools are funded in Pennsylvania. As you know, this is a long process that we've been going through with that judge's ruling that happened, a Commonwealth Court judge ruling last year that the state's current education funding system is unconstitutional, ordering the legislature to remedy it. So then it was kicked back to the legislature. So on Monday, yesterday, the legislation passed with some bipartisan support by the Pennsylvania House, as I mentioned. That would increase education funding by $864 million statewide, and that's how they want to make sure that Philadelphia gets a bigger piece of the pie, $242 million for this coming up school year, by the way. And so obviously now it's kicked to the Senate, where Republican leaders have expressed a lot of concerns about the plan. I mean, policy leaders, Commonwealth Foundation, Nate Benefield, we've talked a lot about this, say if you combine all of the funding for Pennsylvania, we get in Pennsylvania, it's about, with federal, state, et cetera, $22,000 per student in the public schools, and that is among the highest in the nation.
Wow.
So Republicans looking at that number, they are for charter schools, charter schools in particular, but for those school vouchers, in particular the Lifeline school vouchers for the poorest performing districts with poorest children or working class. So that's what Republicans are pushing for.
Yeah, and school choice is actually working really well in many states around the country. I read a story yesterday in Politico that it's gone so well for DeSantis in Florida that public schools are actually having to close because they don't have enough students to educate due to the voucher program and families taking advantage of it. It's a fascinating story.
Well, and that's, you just named it, that if this voucher took place, then it shows up the inadequacy and inequity that is offered by the public schools, and that would hurt the teachers union, which is powerful and backs the Dems.
Yes, you're right, and it really
really pisses me off.
tick off Randy.
Check out Beth Ann Rossica's Broad and Liberty article. She goes through the numbers. The numbers are incredible. To Nick's point about the performance, it doesn't even compare. You have neighboring children. One goes to a private school in the same community. They grew up together. One gets to go to a private school. Their performance and their reading levels, math levels are off the charts.
Yep, they are.
And you know
Apples,
what's
oranges.
sad, to your point, is those kids are so motivated because they know they're blessed. They actually do better. They're the top kids in their class.
Yeah, imagine if each parent had $22,000 a year to dictate where their kid goes to school. We'd have we would really have a generation for the future to be optimistic about.
Amen. Imagine what you would do with hundreds of millions of dollars with a lottery winning. $222.6 million jackpot in the Powerball drawing. State lottery officials say only one winning ticket was sold, and that was at the Pre-Food Market. This is Choose Landing Road in Lindenwold, Camden County, South Jersey. Second largest jackpot won in New Jersey this year.
And what was that figure?
222.
222?
222.6 million.
Do you take the lump sum or do you take I always ask that question. I take everything I can right up front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's smart.
Stick it under my pillow.
This is wise.
Exactly.
When it comes to baseball teams, I think we won the baseball team lottery. We have with one exception. But last night in Boston, in their house, our Phils beat the Red Sox 4-1. One of the headlines in Boston, move over Babe Ruth. June Schwarber has finally arrived.
Yeah, baby.
Just
in time for Schwarber Hoagie Fest at Wawa.
Leadoff home run yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they don't win the World Series this year,
oh boy,
how disappointing is this going to be?
Why do you have to?
They are so stinking good. And they all like genuinely like each other as well.
Yeah.
They're just like a fun bunch.
We love them.
By the way, I got to say this. This is ridiculous. So I have Dish Network, so I don't get Comcast. So I have to stream the Phillies on my laptop to watch games. Oh. But last night, they were on nationally on TBS. But TBS had the game blacked out because of the local broadcast rights here. It's 2024. Can we move past these stinking blackouts and these ridiculous ideas? Like, we should be able to watch what we want to watch.
Baseball trying to get paid, man.
All these leagues, they do it.
Show me the money.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
By the way,
JT. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, are you concerned about JT Realmuto's
knee surgery
and surgery?
No.
It's today.
855-83.
We'll take your calls for the next 4 hours.
We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Build stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth savings account, and you earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while having flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com for all the details. Membership restrictions do apply. Insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union. As we head up into the 80s, still a beautiful day, 84 degrees, but by Friday, Flag Day, DJT's birthday, and Nick Kale's big golf day at which Trump golf course? I keep forgetting.
Trump National,
Trump
right
National.
across in Pine Hill.
It's called Philadelphia. All right.
Yeah, it's called Trump Philadelphia.
So yeah, it's going to be 93, and there are some chances for some showers moving through. I'm not mentioning, obviously, Hunter and Trump news. Why are you laughing?
No, I'm just thinking about Trump's golf course and whether or not the greens will be up to my liking.
Or whether or not they will be able to serve liquor.
Well, that's true as well.
Governor Phil Murphy gets his way, my
That's
friend.
right. Hopefully, if they do stop serving liquor, it's after I leave.
Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. 6:15 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. The Big Take, the first son, guilty on all three charges. You know, Tuesday marked a historic day in the United States of America as Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden, was found guilty on all three charges in his criminal case involving the illegal purchase of a firearm in 2018. And this is the first time in this country that the sitting president has had a child of his convicted of a crime. As I said, from the moment this case started, it was an open and shut case. The feds don't swing and miss. And it took the jury all of 3 hours in total time spent deliberating, 1 hour on Monday afternoon and 2 hours on Tuesday morning to return a unanimous verdict of guilty on all three counts. The big guy's little boy was found guilty of making a false statement related to information required to be kept by a federally licensed gun dealer and possession of a gun by a person who is an unlawful user of or addicted to a controlled substance. According to reports, Hunter's uncle, James Biden, appeared angry at the verdict, and Dr. Jill was not present on Tuesday as the verdict came down. Per Fox News, Hunter Biden faces a total maximum prison time of 25 years for the three charges. Each count also carries a maximum fine of $250,000 and 3 years of supervised release. Hunter Biden, however, is a first-time offender, making it unlikely he will face maximum penalties when he is sentenced at a later date. Special counsel Weiss addressed the media following the verdict on Tuesday afternoon when he said the trial revolved around Hunter Biden's, quote, illegal choices, not just the first son's drug addiction, saying, quote, ultimately, this case was not just about addiction, a disease that haunts families across the United States, including Hunter Biden's family. This case was about the illegal choices the defendant made while in the throes of addiction. His choice to lie on a government form when he bought a gun and the choice to then possess that gun. It was these choices and the combination of guns and drugs that made his conduct dangerous. Quote, no one in this country is above the law, Weiss added, a comment his prosecutors repeated in their opening statement and closing argument. Quote, everyone must be accountable for their actions, even the defendant. And we're going to zero back in on the quote and the concept of no one in this country is above the law in just a few minutes. But more on the verdict and what lies ahead. According to Axios, Abby Lowell, Hunter's attorney, saying, quote, we are naturally disappointed by today's verdict. We respect the jury process, and as we have done throughout this case, we will continue to vigorously pursue all the legal challenges available to Hunter. Joe Biden was asked about respecting and accepting the jury's verdict and whether or not he will pardon his son if he is found guilty. Here was that interview a while back on ABC News. Listen and watch this.
Son Hunter is on trial, and I know that you cannot speak about an ongoing federal prosecution. But let me ask you, will you accept the jury's outcome, their verdict, no matter what it is?
Yes.
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes.
You have.
So the big guy accepts the jury's verdict, and he will not pardon his son. Time will tell if he follows through on his word of not pardoning him when that opportunity presents itself potentially. New York Post columnist and Bulldog journalist Miranda Devine, no friend to the Biden administration, is skeptical about President Biden's claim that he will not pardon Hunter. This is what she said about a month ago on May 9th. Listen and watch this clip.
Yeah, and of course he will, even though he says he won't. So, and that's why you see in Hunter Biden and his enormous team, I mean, I counted up the other day, I think it was 24 different lawyers that he has. He's probably got more lawyers than Donald Trump. And he's there, and a lot of these lawyers are just engaging in lawfare against the people who've spoken up and uncovered things about him. I know that his team is very angry and upset about the fact that he is facing trial. I know Abby Lowell had this sort of complex legal argument, which was there was some case going to the Supreme Court, which was going to say that it was unconstitutional to have to sign these background forms which is Hunter's in trouble for lying on one of those background forms. But people have gone to jail for what he did. So he's tried to evade accountability. I think this charge was something put on in Delaware by the investigators who were so frustrated that, David Weiss had allowed the statute of limitations to run out on the really serious tax charges and the FARA charges and so on. And so they found this gun charge and slapped that on. And, ironically enough, it looks like it's one charge that Hunter's not going to be able to get out of very easily without a pardon.
I personally would not pardon my son or daughter, but I'm sure some, if not many, especially with addiction issues, would. And as I've said before, some of these juries and these jurors cannot wait to speak after these verdicts. And it's already started. One juror in the Hunter Biden trial says he didn't buy the defense's 7-Eleven story. The juror described the case as, quote, heart-wrenching, but said he didn't believe Abby Lowe about the 7-Eleven visit. The 68-year-old juror from Sussex County, Delaware, said, quote, nobody is above the law. Doesn't matter who you are. He also said, quote, politics played no part in it whatsoever. And keep in mind as well that this verdict yesterday doesn't occur without the sweetheart plea deal being ripped up and denied by a judge months ago. If you recall, U.S. District Judge Mary Ellen Noreika rejected the plea bargain agreement that both sides, prosecution and defense, had agreed to when she made it clear that the deal between Hunter Biden's team and the prosecutor was, quote, outside of the norm. We want judges in this country who view things through the prism of the rule of law, the facts, the evidence, and precedent. And yesterday, we got it. Yesterday's verdict doesn't happen without her presiding over the case initially. And the Trump campaign offering their official statement as Caroline Leavitt released this message from Donald Trump saying, quote, this trial has been nothing more than a distraction from the real crimes of the Biden crime family, which has raked in tens of millions of dollars from China, Russia, and Ukraine. Crooked Joe Biden's reign over the Biden family criminal empire is all going to come to an end on November 5th, and never again will a Biden sell government access for personal profit, end quote. And I sure hope so. And speaking of November 5th, what impact will Hunter Biden's legal issues have on the election? Phil, if you could throw up this graphic on YouTube. According to CNN's Harry Enton, this was back in January of 2024, citing a Reuters Ipsos poll, 58% say it will have no impact at all. 23% say it will make voting for Joe Biden less likely. So that's good news for Trump, although I think that number is pretty high. And 4% say it will make voting for Biden more likely. And I mentioned circling back to the concept of no one is above the law. Many Republicans, including Vivek Ramaswamy, are saying that this is a sham trial and a total smokescreen, and you should not take the bait. Listen and watch this final clip.
So Hunter Biden was convicted. Big freaking deal. This trial was a sham. Just like the Trump trial, it was a sham, but a sham for a different reason. It's a sham designed to legitimize the Trump conviction. That's why it came right after, even for charges that date way far back. But it also avoids accountability for the Biden crime family on the actual things that Hunter Biden should have been charged for. Like, for example, peddling foreign influence while his actual father, Joe Biden, was the vice president of the United States. Hunter had no business serving on the board of a Ukrainian energy company, a state-affiliated energy company that's affiliated with the same country, Ukraine, that his father, now as the U.S. president, is sending hundreds of billions of dollars of your taxpayer money to. That's where the real crimes lie. So this deflects accountability for the actual investigations that are more close to implicating Joe Biden, while coming in convenient timing right after the sham Trump conviction in the veil of bipartisanship. Don't buy it. I said this before, I'll say it again. This is a smoke screen, and the reality is you got to cut through it to get to the essence of what's happening in this country.
Now, I've mentioned some of that as well, but let me call out Republicans for their hypocrisy as well, because it seems that many yesterday are less than thrilled about the results. Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz tweeting, quote, the Hunter Biden gun conviction is kind of dumb, to be honest. Social media conservatives like Charlie Kirk tweeting, Hunter Biden guilty, yawn. The true crimes of the Biden crime family remain untouched. This is a fake trial trying to make the justice system appear balanced. Don't fall for it. My buddy Greg Price echoing the same thing. In fact, almost all of the grifters who spend their ever-loving day, from the moment they wake up till the moment they go to bed, tweeting their fingers off, almost verbatim, with basically a copy and paste tweet job yesterday, filling up my timeline on Tuesday. I got to rip Republicans for this. Boy, for a party that claims to want and demand diversity in thought, y'all sure seem to be no different than the left that we ridicule for the same talking points being regurgitated over and over and over and over again. Oh my God. I've got news for everyone. The House Republicans are never going to nail down the Biden family for their alleged influence peddling operation. The GOP couldn't find cows on a dairy farm. And I'm speaking directly to James Comer. I'm not saying you shouldn't demand more. I'm not saying you shouldn't want more. But for a party of law and order, you got it yesterday. 3 for 3, all 12 jurors, and you're still crying on social media. And yes, I'm at the point where I want to fight fire with fire versus Democrats. After all of this weaponization and all of the lawfare. But two things can be true at the same time. Hunter Biden got nailed on all 3 accounts. There was no miscarriage of justice here. He was dead to rights the moment the feds took up this case. And he still has the federal tax case in California upcoming. And if House Republicans can actually learn to dot a few I's and cross some T's and get something accomplished, for God's sakes, maybe they could nail down the Biden influence peddling scheme. I doubt it. I'd bet against it. But I have no doubts that they did do what James Comer and others have alleged. But it's not what you know. It's what you can prove. And they haven't proven it yet. But yesterday, the prosecution proved that Hunter Biden broke the law, was found guilty, and is now a convicted felon. So stop crying about it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take this morning brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. Some of you are going to need physical therapy for your hands and wrists if you stop tweeting for a moment. My God. Pain doesn't care about your age, gender, or sport, but they do. At Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA, they specialize in sports injuries and getting you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Covered by most insurance plans. Visit bouncebackpt.com to book an appointment today. We will take your thoughts and reaction on the other side, 855-839-1210. And if I triggered you, oh well, come get me, 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT, or of course, send your messages on YouTube. We'll come back, get thoughts and reactions. I want to see what Dawn and Greg had to say about the conviction yesterday. Also, what impact does it have on the election, if any? And one columnist says the June 27th debate is the biggest one in almost 60-plus years. We'll get to those details as we continue. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. I'm speaking specifically about my friends at Piazza Acura. Just about 9-10 weeks ago, stopped on out to Piazza Acura of Westchester and drove the road and track performance car of the year. It's the 2024 Acura Integra. I owned an Acura ILX, the small little model, for about 10 years. But I got to tell you, my goodness, the new Acura Integra is by far the most striking model I have seen. It's well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, like performance adaptive damper system technology, and Wi-Fi hotspot capability. And it comes with a 16-speaker premium audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra at Piazza Acura in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading, and tell them Nick sent you.
Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight at Dallas. It looks like Dallas is favored by just a minus 2.5. I would take the Boston Celtics tonight, plus 2.5. Look, you don't care about these NBA Finals, so what a better chance to get in on all the action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Put a little money on the game, right? Because new customers right now get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on all the finals action than America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to take an extra shot at $200. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. And by the way, it's in partnership with Valley Forge Casino and the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? We'll call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Borgata's Dash for Cash giveaway is here. This May and June, you could win a share of $1.3 million in prizes, including 2 new Cadillac Lyriq SUVs or one of 4 new Voyager golf carts. Play to earn entries for 2 grand prize drawings held Saturday, May 25th and June 29th. The Dash for Cash giveaway, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Crash Proof Retirement is taking an aggressive, bold step, becoming the very first firm in history to record and store all financial meetings. This unprecedented initiative documents that at Crash Proof Retirement, fiduciary responsibility is not just something we say, it's a legally binding guarantee that we've always delivered to the Philadelphia region.
Savannah McHugh, Montgomery County. Wall Street will tell you they're looking out for your best interest. They say that fiduciary thing, and then it goes out the window. Crash Proof is saying, not only are we saying it to you, but we're going to put it on film. There's no shadow over anything that they do. That's the difference. Crash Proof Retirement has taken the time to show that they care so that we can go home, go to sleep, and not have to worry about it.
Learn why recording financial meetings validates Crash Proof Retirement's fiduciary responsibility. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty. A 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
If I could be you, if you could be me, for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds.
The great Linda Kearns, attorney at law, LLC, handling all the music this week as she ponied up $1,000 for families behind the badge. And it's all Elvis all week long. As when we get to the about to the cut sheet today, it'll be 50% of the way through. So, Stocker, you're almost at the halfway point of enduring the pain of this music and this artist.
Yeah.
855-839-1210, the phone number. Cut sheet, absolutely loaded. That's coming up 7:45. Tony Bruno is down in the bullpen in Florida. He's getting ready. Tony Bruno might actually catch a few games in the absence of JT Realmuto. So we'll see if Bruno can, his knees can handle it coming up at 8:30 this morning. And again, look, I do think there is a lot of merit to what people are saying when it comes to, this is because to further proof, my mother-in-law sends me a text last night. I was waiting for her to text me. She goes, see, Hunter Biden was convicted. We have a fair and balanced system. And I'm like, okay. I've been seeing all this online and, all day long. And I'm not ripping the audience. I'm ripping these people that legitimately, and I get it, it's their livelihood, it's their business, but nonstop. It's, if you follow one of them, you don't need to follow the rest of them because they all say the same thing. And this is what I don't get, Dawn. This was an open and shut case. Hunter Biden got convicted. Yeah, it's tabloid material, a lot like the Trump Stormy Daniels stuff. I don't think either one really impact the election one way or the other because I think 95 to 99% of American voters already know they're either with Trump or they're with Biden or they hate both and they're either going to sit it out or vote for RFK. I don't really think there's much wiggle room and much to be determined here in the next 4.5 or 5 months. But it's almost like everybody was, saying yesterday, this is, who cares? This is all a distraction. We've got bigger fish to fry, which I agree you do. But I would love to know what would Americans' reactions be yesterday if Hunter Biden was acquitted? People would be screaming from the mountaintops. I mean, it was 3 for 3. He's guilty on all 3 charges. All 12 jurors voted guilty across the board, and you got a conviction. He's now, just like Trump, he's a convicted felon, so to speak. I don't understand what people are upset about yesterday. I thought it would be a good day for Republicans. I thought Republicans would be happy for a group of people that always feel like, nothing goes in their favor. The elected leaders they vote for never accomplish anything, and prosecutors only go after them. Well, you know what? Remember, that judge ripped up that plea agreement, and here we are yesterday, and we've got some closure and finality to it. I thought people would be happy, but apparently I misread the room, Dawn.
Yeah, I think neither, all of the above represent persecution. I think all of the above represent to me a system that's messed up, that has been politicized in partisan ways. And I also think it could be a statement about guns. Then President Biden goes on to do that dopey gun event and doesn't even talk about his own son.
It's amazing timing.
And that dopey form, and yes, I'm calling it a dopey form. It's a 7-page form that you have to fill out.
Yeah.
That's a federal. First of all, is that really even constitutional? Number one. Number two, oh, well, there you go. They filled out the form, so they must be a good person and they're not a criminal or an illegal or an ISIS terrorist because, they checked the correct boxes on the form. It's just so, to me, I look at the whole issue of a 7-page form that you have to fill out. First of all, you can't streamline the thing and background check somebody if that's your particular state law. But the whole process is silly. And here is basically Hunter, the reason that he's in hot water is because of these ridiculous gun laws and paperwork that his father helped create.
All right, so it almost sounds like you're saying Hunter has been targeted and is being persecuted. Sure. See, this is where I disagree.
Really, if he were Hunter Smith,
Oh, I think if he was Hunter Smith, he would have been convicted years ago. Remember, this all started in 2018. The only reason it lasted 6 years is because he is Hunter Biden, and because prosecutors had to jump through loopholes, and politicians had to keep pushing and pushing and pushing to get to this point. I think Trump has been persecuted. I don't think Hunter Biden was persecuted. I think Hunter Biden open and shut case. Yeah, but the man broke the law.
Yeah, but it's nobody goes to a trial for something like this. And especially when this happened 6 years ago, and he did nothing with the gun, nothing, never even whipped it out, never even threatened anybody, nothing violent at all.
But what if the dumping of the gun or the failure to secure the gun would have, and it didn't.
Well, he didn't dump it.
Well,
she did.
Well, she did. But what if it would have ended up in the hands of a kid or somebody else that committed a crime or killed themselves?
But it didn't.
No, you're right.
And because he's Hunter Biden, now I agree with you on the other stuff, and that's, the big one is out west. We've said that a million times.
Yeah.
The allegation that he was hiding millions of dollars of income, that's all the interesting part, and that one has teeth.
I also think he's
Burisma.
Yeah, I think he's toast in that case as well.
Oh, no, that one is the one.
Yeah.
That one's the one, but I'm just specifically talking about this one, and I agree with the juror, the one lady who said, what a waste of tax dollars. 100%.
Yeah.
It was a waste. It just feels like it's timed so that people like your mother-in-law will say, we'll see. And no, look at what's happening. Both of these individuals, that was a waste of your money. How much do all of these trials cost?
Right.
I mean, you're probably looking at, especially because of Secret Service, you're looking at millions of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
And we pay for that.
Well, we said yesterday, Jill Biden dropped $345,000 flying from Normandy back to Delaware for Hunter's trial on the Boeing C-32.
Yep.
But here's the thing I would say to Republicans that were just not happy yesterday, or, we've got to go after the Biden crime family. It's like being down 3 touchdowns in a football game. There's no such thing as a 21-point play. You got to get 3 separate touchdowns. Yesterday was your first touchdown. You got Hunter Biden. You're now down 21-7. You've got the California tax case. That's another chance to put a touchdown on the board. And then, of course, the big one, being the Biden crime family, as we like to talk about, which I still, to this day, I think they're guilty as sin, but I still don't believe that James Comer and his group of individuals can actually accomplish anything other than providing evidence without actually, breaking the plane. Like James Comer has driven the ball down the field. They've gone 90 yards, but they haven't punched it in the end zone yet. That's kind of the way I view that. Go ahead.
Excuse me, but Hunter Biden did say he was disappointed. They did release that statement finally. The Trump campaign had the best statement of all. Keep your eye on the ball as far as the, in air quotes, Biden crime family,
right.
Joe Biden. And I thought the Trump true social statement.
That's what Vivek was saying in that clip as well. Yeah, don't fall for the sham trial and the
he was
little
basically
stuff.
quoting the Trump campaign statement.
Yeah. I agree actually with both of you on different aspects. I agree with Dawn that I think this law is complete crap. And, it just seems like your Second Amendment right is the only one that gets taken away if you're, if you take drugs or whatever. And I think that is nonsense. How many people do you think lie on that form? Smoke pot?
Yeah.
Look
at all the marijuana laws.
Maybe do a little coke, but yet claim that they don't.
Right.
And still get gun permits.
Yeah.
So I think that this law is absolute garbage. And was he guilty of it? Sure. But the problem is the law, and Dawn's right. It is people like his father, not her father, his father, who helped create these laws that make it harder for people to own a firearm.
Yeah.
And usually they're not white and wealthy.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's got presidential privileges, what this guy's had for 54 years of his life.
And I do think that the more interesting case is going to be this one that's supposed to take place in September. Well, whether it actually takes place in September, I have no, I don't know.
You're talking about the California case?
Yes, yeah. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. But I agree with you, Nick, that I think that this immediate reaction on social media from everybody, it's the same. Like, you look at people on the liberal side, they say one thing. You look at people on the conservative side; they say the same thing. It's basically like you said in the big take, which I thought was very good. It's a copy and paste job. Nobody has any original thoughts, and it's infuriating that everybody just has the same. Like at the end of the day, what happened yesterday is like, well, this is gonna, how will this affect 2024? It's not gonna affect 2024. Joe Biden is not gonna pardon his son. I know that's the big.
Oh, after November 6th, yes, he will.
If he gets reelected, I could definitely see.
Oh, he totally will. And if Trump's smart, Trump comes out and says, yeah, I'll pardon Hunter Biden because I believe we need reform, and especially on these stupid 7-page forms.
That's where I agree with Dawn. I do think if Joe gets reelected, if the premise is, and it's either Hunter's actually going to serve time.
He's not going to do jail time.
Okay, well, if he's not, and if Joe knows
cases.
Well, if Joe knows that, then he's not going to have to pardon him. Like if it's, because quote, as a first-time offender, if he gets community service and probation, Joe's just going to be like, just go do it, suck it up.
Exactly.
But I don't think he's actually going to let his son go to prison. No. I think that's where the pardon would come into play if he gets elected.
His son is not going to prison, and he's not going to pardon him. The end. Like that's the end. And
so you think that they'll work something out behind the scenes where he doesn't have to pardon him?
Trump is not going to prison. Hunter Biden is not going to prison.
I genuinely think neither will actually serve a day.
Like these guys don't go to prison. Nobody understands that. Everybody's like, well, Bernie Madoff. And like, no, it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
These guys do not go to prison. So no, they're not. Neither of them are going to go to prison. There's going to be no chance for Joe Biden to have to pardon his son because he's not going to go to jail.
855-839-1210 is the number. Let's go to Ed, maybe the biggest Biden hater out there. I'm hoping Ed is taking some joy in a conviction yesterday when many on social media were not. Ed, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning to everybody. And let me tell you something. Rush Limbaugh named this guy so right years ago by calling him Joe Bite Me, because everything this guy does comes back to bite us. But, listening to you guys talk made me come up with something totally new. This is like the Al Capone theory. When they couldn't get Al Capone on murder, they got him on income tax evasion. So it just shows you and everyone else that no matter how bad they want to get you, if they can't get you on one thing, they'll get you on something else.
Yeah, it's a good point. If you go back to the Untouchables when they're sitting there on that, I think it was either the plane or the train, and Elliot Ness looks over with the dorky accountant guy with the hat and the glasses, and he's like, he's got all the tax stuff, and he's like, he's made all this income, and he hasn't paid $1 in taxes. We can go, if we can prove it, we can go after him for income tax evasion. That's exactly right.
And I am so with you, Nick, because this Trump conviction is the biggest scam I've ever seen in my life. And if anybody can't see, that just shows and proves they'll get you for anything they can get you for.
Well, and that's the thing, is you can sit there and say that the law is stupid in regards to Hunter Biden and filling out the form in 7 pages. No doubt about it, but the law is the law. You don't have to like the law, but if you violate the law and you believe in law and order, there should be repercussions. For the Trump aspect, even the brightest legal minds are still sitting here today saying, what exactly did they convict Donald Trump of? Right? Mm-hmm. We've been hearing that now for almost 2 weeks since the conviction. So I don't, in some regards, it is apples to apples, but in many other facets, it's really not. They're 2 entirely different cases.
PA Pyrotechnic fan says this is all done to make you think the justice system is equal. I'm not buying it.
Nope.
This is, I don't understand this. This was a jury convicted him. Like, how is this?
In a very friendly, pro-Biden territory. And that's the other thing here. Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Jill Biden, a trial playing out in Wilmington, Delaware. That's right on their home field where it's, you're very pro-Democrat. Trump was in Manhattan, and I know some people are like, well, Trump's a New Yorker. But, Trump was in enemy territory.
If you want to say these charges were brought against him because his last name is Biden, I do agree with that. Just like the charges were brought against Trump because his last name is Trump. I 100% agree with both of those cases. But to say that this is some sort of deep state ploy, like
I'm just saying this is not
jury.
justice.
It's a jury.
But I'm saying as a juror, you should be allowed to push the reject button and say, no, this is not worthy of a jury trial. This is ridiculous. And you are weaponizing government and throwing the book at somebody who you should work with and you should have worked with a long time ago. But to say that somebody who's a nonviolent offender, a stable person who went through addiction, filled out a form. And by the way, I'm saying that across the board. That's the problem with Joe Biden's gun laws that, by the way, he was speaking about last night and pushing for even more of this nonsense. So to me, a juror should be able to not have to micromanage, but I have a problem with, I just think a juror should be allowed to say, I reject all of this. This is not justice. And if we the people, if this government is we are the government. We the people. We don't have a king.
Right.
So that makes each of and every one of us a king in this great republic, right? Or a queen,
You'd like
however
to think,
you identify.
and hope.
I just think that I would have loved if a juror in either one of these past cases had said, no, this is not justice, and I'm part of the judicial system. I'm a juror. I'm saying I reject this, and I'm not going to vote. I'm not voting guilty.
But doesn't that then take our whole form of the justice system and throw it into, so like then anybody can do that for any case?
They could.
Okay.
They could.
Okay.
Well,
they could.
the power of a juror,
That's
right?
the power of the power of the people. So you as the prosecutor, because you screwed up or you purposely delayed things so that the bigger charges with teeth, however you want to look at it. But this to me is not justice. And I would love to see jurors. They did it in one under the same Judge Merchan with, I believe, a Steve Bannon case. One of the jurors just said, this is bogus. And they had to do a mistrial.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that as a juror. You can say, you know what? Nah, I'm out.
Yeah.
This is not justice.
Right. No, you can.
And it's the power of the people. We have to take the power back. These weaponized prosecutors, these politicized all these individuals, and look at what's happening in Jersey with an AG. These are supposed to be people who have integrity, who look at the law and care about the law, and not about partisan politics. And to me, the only ones in the past couple of weeks who could have put them in their places are these jurors.
855-839-1210, the number. Joe Biden saying yesterday, quote, I am the president, but I am also a dad. Jill and I love our son, and we're so proud of the man he is today. This being just moments after being found guilty. As far as whether or not the guilty verdict will have an impact on the election. Quote, today's conviction of Hunter Biden on all counts is unlikely to have much impact on the presidential campaign. That, according to veteran New Hampshire-based political scientist and New England College president Wayne Lesperance, telling Fox News, also saying that while they are the same last name, Hunter is not Joe, and voters will not hold their father, the father, accountable for the crimes of the son. Longtime Republican strategist and communicator Ryan Williams agreed, saying, quote, it's a deep personal blow to the president, but I don't think it will have much of an impact on the election. People aren't going to vote for or against Joe Biden based on his son's actions. And then one other quote, actually two other quick quotes as we wrap up here. Williams, a veteran of a handful of Republican presidential campaigns, said Hunter Biden's convictions, quote, undercut the argument that Trump makes that the DOJ is politically motivated against him and Republicans. Joe Biden's Justice Department has convicted President Trump. It's also convicted his own son now. Lesperance agreed, saying the, quote, verdict blunts GOP claims about a partisan judiciary targeting Republicans. It is difficult to imagine how Republicans can claim bias as they did following the Trump verdict when today's conviction involved the son of the sitting Democratic president. Not sure I totally agree with those statements, but wanted to pass along some other opinions of those who have been on campaigns or pay attention to polling information. 855-839-1210. How significant is June 27th? We'll get to that after the news in hour 2. It's Kayal and Company. 7 o'clock hour is next.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you. They create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Introducing the Honickman Center at Jefferson Health. Outpatient care designed by patients like you. Together, we're shaping the future of medicine, where advanced technology and comprehensive services ensure convenience and accessibility for all patients. Everything you need to simplify the complexity of care is available in one location. Uncompromising care delivered by world-class physicians. To schedule an appointment, Call 1-800-JEFF-NET.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Free speech lives here with Don Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Love me tender, love me sweet. Never let me go. You have made my life a wreck, not complete, and I love you so.
If you listen closely, folks, you can hear Greg Stocker's stomach churning. It's 7:01 as we continue. Hour number 2 on this Wednesday. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Linda Kearns with the music. Great attorney at law, $1,000 towards families behind the badge. You can make your donations. You can sign up to ride. GregStockerSucks.com. And a big shout out to David Gelman Law for sponsoring Team 1210. If you're in need of criminal defense or personal injury legal representation, GelmanLawFirm.com. All right, cut sheets coming up 7:45 this morning. Tony Bruno live from Florida at 8:30. Also, the significance of June 27th. We're going to get to that coming up. And also some VP updates. Some words from Kristi Noem, who is
trying to stay relevant.
Trying to keep her career alive after barbecuing her career with dog comments and dog actions.
I thought you meant she barbecued her dog.
Oh,
well,
gosh.
she might have done that, too.
Yeah.
How do you like your dog? Medium well, medium rare?
Isn't it funny, though? If you do something to a dog and people will never forgive you.
Never forgive
You're
you.
better off
Yep.
doing something to a human.
Yep.
Yes, you are.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's...
Yeah, as long as it's not a child. You do it to a child, then you're toast. Even in the joint, you're done. They don't like that. 855-839-1210. And also, Donald Trump, Doug Burgum at odds over one interesting note. We will get to that in just a little bit, plus your calls at 855-839-1210. But let's get to the news. Around number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stenzel.
Good morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by Wawa. So much developing today. If we talk about teenagers in the news, we know that police investigating this shooting of a 17-year-old in the Hunting Park section of Philadelphia. We also have police in Chester, Delaware County, announcing that they are enforcing a curfew this summer. So a new curfew beginning, well, it's already underway, and it'll last until August 31st. Anybody under 18 is required to be home between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. So the curfew starts at 9 p.m. at night, and then you can go out at 6 a.m. But they're saying any underage individuals, obviously 17 and under, stay off the streets of Chester.
Wow. Tough to be in the house in the summer by 9 p.m., right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's still...
The sun,
the sun is still technically somewhat up, right?
I went to bed at 8:30 last night, and it was still like I could
I
see,
know.
like it was still light out.
The sky is light
I was
even
just
after
like,
the sun's
Like, what am I doing with my life?
What am I for? Like, you know what I mean? It's me
What
and
am
my
I at Chester?
me and my son are in bed at 8:30 at night.
I'm telling you, that's going to be the toughest thing. It's not difficult to do morning radio when you go to bed at 8:30 at night in the fall, in the winter,
Yeah, I know.
in the early spring.
Yeah.
But when my kids get up here in another week or two, and and it's like August 2nd, and I'm like, all right, 8:15, I'm going to bed, and I can still hear them, and I can still look through my blinds and see daylight. I'm going to really rethink this whole thing.
We have to make the whole house go to bed early.
I know. Some people have those blackout
Yes.
blinds that really make their room completely dark.
I have the blinds, I have the curtains, I have everything. So the room, you got to do that because then the room is, black.
I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yes, indeed. This situation this announcement by Chester officials, they've said within the last few weeks they've had disturbing incidents of youth violence, and including the murder of that 17-year-old Sabree Pierce, Chester High School student, shot and killed allegedly by another 17-year-old. This was a good kid. Another good kid that we hear about in the news. So Chester officials saying they're taking this seriously and they're locking this down, zero tolerance. Also, we are expecting a vote in Wildwood about some new restrictions in Wildwood. Waiting for that one as the commissioners meet today, and I think that's going to take effect immediately for the upcoming weekend. Because remember, we just saw that new incident where you have teenagers, they're putting their surveillance pictures out there, teenagers coming up to others, just trying to start a fight. What's going on here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good. Deal with the Utes.
The Utes.
Send some shockwaves to their system, and let's try to find some better parents as well.
We don't have the age of these 8 men arrested by ICE, but this is making national headlines. Philadelphia in focus, and the East Coast is really the focus here. Philadelphia, New York, yes, Los Angeles, where one individual was arrested, but we're talking about the feds, in particular ICE, made the arrest of these 8 men from Tajikistan with potential ties, they say, to ISIS. So they're saying that there was nothing imminent in the plans of terrorist action. And in fact, they're just charged on immigration issues, but the feds were watching them. And so this is making news. We're not getting a lot of information about these 8 guys. But remember that the news of this arrest comes days after FBI Director Chris Wray warned of heightened terror threats from both foreign and domestic actors.
Yeah.
And remember, he's come out, he's been testifying, he's been talking about
times.
this.
He has said many times in the last year or two about the increasing threats. I got to tell you, for somebody who's in charge of, many things, but one of them being, protecting the homeland and protecting national security, it's not very warming. It's not a warm, fuzzy feeling when Christopher Wray is out there saying that. And, oh, by the way, I'm glad that they were able to at least apprehend these people and, maybe take a little bit of time and resources away from tracking down 68-year-old grandmothers that were, walking around the Capitol, because those are the true threats to America.
Amen, brother. So this comes after Russia, remember, arrested migrants from Tajikistan earlier this year in connection with an attack on that concert hall near Moscow that killed more than 100 people. But I don't have a lot of information from locals about the Philadelphia ties, although I'm hearing, I'm hearing about the fact that, we have our upcoming 250th anniversary of the country. We're the birthplace of America. We've got the World Cup soccer coming up. We've got some huge events here. But the information I'm getting is that most of these guys were arrested in New York. That was the focus.
Yeah.
But it was East Coast. Only one guy arrested on the West Coast in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and we were, chatting just a few minutes ago during the break as we were refilling at the coffee station.
Yes.
And these are intelligent individuals. I mean, you say what you want about them and their jihad and all their absurd beliefs and they're murderers and killers, which they all are. But these are not dumb individuals, and they're well-versed in many different departments, so to speak. So that to me is the scary thing. Like you were saying, explosives, whether flying a plane,
computer technology, hacking technology.
Yeah. These are not run-of-the-mill, low-life local bandits, so to speak.
So, and Tajikistan, a country, it's technically Central Asia, so surrounded by, you think of Afghanistan, China, Uzbekistan, as my brother says, the stands. And I am biased, admittedly. One of his good friends since childhood, named Stan, it's probably not his real name, but brilliant, successful guy, but one of the smartest guys and that's why I thought, oh, God. These guys were on the radar, reportedly, of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force due to their potential ties to ISIS. So the feds obviously were watching these guys for some time. They've said for months. Looks like at least a few of them crossed the border in the spring of 2023 and passed with flying colors.
Yeah. I actually thought about that when I was in college about, going into the field of, intelligence and tracking terrorists. I would find that to be an incredibly rewarding and interesting career. But I ended up in radio.
Well, they're currently detained. They're facing removal proceedings. They have to go in front of an immigration judge, but they could later face terrorism-related charges. So right now it's just an immigration. So something happened where reportedly they caught some chatter about explosives or something of that nature. The feds undercover, watching them, et cetera, and moving in with ICE, called in ICE to just get them off the streets to avoid any potential situation.
There we go.
But are there only 8? Is 8 enough?
No, there's more than 8 in this country. I'd be very comfortable making that bet that the over is over above 8.
We have Philadelphia schools we've talked a lot about. We have this legislation passed that happened yesterday by the Pennsylvania House, Monday it passed by the Pennsylvania House to increase education funding by $864 million statewide. And this was after that Commonwealth Court judge ruled last year that the state's current education funding system is unconstitutional the way that it is right now. Philadelphia Schools Mayor Parker coming out saying, look, we have a $1.4 billion gap between the state funding and what the city needs to adequately educate all students. So I'll just point out to you that if this passed, and it won't because Republicans in Pennsylvania's House won't let that happen, but if this passed the way it is, the way Democrats want it, what does it mean for you, no matter where you are in Pennsylvania, for you and me and all of us? $2,000 extra a year on your tax bill.
Oh, great.
That's what this means.
All right. I'm just going to have to load up on the Eagles in week 1. Sounds good to me. Stalker, you got any plays coming up?
Well, I guess
take the Celtics plus 2.5 tonight.
You got it, pal.
Or win the lottery like one South Jerseyan did, $222.6 million jackpot.
Nice. Good
One
payday.
that won it.
Yeah.
The numbers were Powerball drawing were white balls, 3, 10, 33, 58, 59.
I don't
and red
know.
Powerball 9.
Okay, so there was one
Power
red
player
ball.
2.
I am going to need more diversity in balls. I can't have too many white balls. That doesn't seem very inclusive to me, but it's just me.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
And
nice.
the retailers get $30 grand in bonus checks. So they got that one.
I think
That's
I've
kinda cool.
I've said this before. As much as I like to place a wager, I've never played the lottery in my life. Might have to reconsider that.
My husband buys the lottery all the time. He won for $100 grand.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Years ago.
Yeah. My old man back in the day would play the daily number.
Really?
Yeah. I'm like, you're just wasting your money.
I know.
20 years of it.
But I can't say that anymore because he won one.
Yeah.
6 figures.
There you go.
There you go. We've talked a lot about, and if you missed Nick's big take, federal jury in Wilmington, Delaware, finding Hunter Biden guilty on all 3 of those federal felony gun charges that he faced. The charges stem from a week back in October of 2018 in which Hunter Biden bought that handgun and could face up to 25 years in prison and a fine of up to $750,000 at sentencing. That would be highly unlikely. Sentencing is set for, it looks like it would be mid-October, weeks before Election Day, TikTok. And then remember, out west, facing that September 5th tax fraud trial. That's the more serious one to watch. We've talked a lot about the reaction, but wanted to remind you of the timeline leading up to the November 5th election.
Mm-hmm.
So much going on. My goodness.
It is a busy day.
We've talked about our Phils winning, beating the Red Sox, and hopefully JT Realmuto catches a break and can heal from that knee surgery that is scheduled today. Yikes.
Yeah. They've had some nagging injuries with players throughout the year, and here they are still 26 games over 500. What a juggernaut. Nice. I'm telling you. I can't wait. This is going to be the most exciting fall I can recall between the Phillies, the Eagles, and the election. My God. When we come back from Labor Day, I mean, it is straight through the holidays like a meteor, just like a rocket.
We should get Trump. Trump should come to a Phil's game.
We need to get Trump on one more time before the election on the show.
100%.
Yeah.
We got to talk about Wawa this morning because we want to thank Wawa for sponsoring our news and our beautiful forecast. Wawa has pizza. It's made fresh, and it really does taste great. So right now, the price is great, too. Get the pizza you crave starting at just $7.99. $7.99. Remember, after 4 p.m., got to have a Wawa. Thank you, Wawa, for sponsoring Kayal Company News Live. Forecast today, 63 right now. Gorgeous sunrise this morning. Beautiful sunny day, 84 degrees, and the heat up starts now. We're in the 90s for the rest of the week, 93. Watching some potential storms passing through Friday, Flag Day. Happy birthday, Mr. President. DJT, birthday on Flag Day, the 14th. Kayal Company News Live.
I'm going to wish him a happy birthday live from the first tee box.
That would be so awesome.
I might
if
have
you
to
were
do that.
there at the golf course, the Trump course.
Yep.
What if he showed? What do you say? What
do I say?
Yeah, like what? That's pretty cool.
It was like, hey, you remember that interview you did with Dawn and I, and we talked about your son, and we broke the internet? It's nice to meet you, sir. 855-839-1210. Joe is in Berks County. He's got some thoughts on the Hunter Biden charges and conviction. Joe, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. And I agree with Dawn that, yeah, the law is crazy, but during the trial, you have to follow the law. And if you don't like it, you get it changed. The other thing with the trial is the reason they brought this trial is so that they have a back door to get all the Biden charges released, because they pardoned him for any crimes he may have committed, and that would eliminate all the stuff on the West Coast and so on.
Wait, so say that last part again. They're going to pardon him to eliminate the charges on the West Coast?
Yeah, because what they do is they say, okay, he's pardoned for this crime and any and all other crimes that he may have committed.
Okay.
And that eliminates them going after Biden.
Is that true? I don't know that.
Well, that's what he tried. But that's what he tried to do.
Okay.
And that's when the judge said, no. That was the deal he had. The plea deal he had.
Yes. So
did
he
exactly what Joe said, but the judge put the kibosh on that.
Right. Okay.
And they're different. It's different. It's in L.A. That's the IRS charged with felonies and misdemeanor, like 9 counts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, unless I think the president will pardon his son if he really faces jail time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's his get out of jail card.
I mean,
literally.
That whole plea agreement that they had lined up months ago really was nonsensical. I mean, to offer the guy immunity moving forward, like he's going to get out of jail for free card basically for anything under the sun. I'm so glad that judge ripped that up. So if you guys want to jump in, any thoughts that you might have, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. I do want to get to this NBC story as they're talking about the debate. And the headline from NBC News, Team Biden bets that an unfiltered Trump at the debate can shake up the race. Natasha Korecki writes the following. Team Biden sees the chance for him to go up against his nemesis as a probable catalyzing moment. That is particularly true if Biden shows up with the same kind of energy he brought to his State of the Union address in March, many Democrats say. Finally, Democrats and Biden officials hope the public will be able to put aside the caricatures of the candidates and instead view them side by side. I disagree with a lot of these quotes coming up. Quote, they are out of sight, out of mind concept of President Trump. It is real. I think people forget the way he interacts, the way he communicates, the inaccuracies of the things he says and promises to the American people, said Democratic strategist Amanda Loveday, an advisor to the pro-Biden Political Action Committee, Unite the Country. Quote, a debate like this deletes distraction and allows for people to see them next to each other and answer questions back to back and be able to compare them. I agree with that part. But the inaccuracies of the things that Trump says, Joe Biden legitimately lies or gets things wrong every time he opens his mouth. Inside the campaign, aides believe Biden walks on the stage with the upper hand. I would disagree with that as well. Mostly his mandate will be to let Trump be Trump, end quote, which they believe will reveal extreme leanings and a less stable Trump than 4 years ago. Trump's team has cast Biden as an inept politician who can barely follow a teleprompter and whose leadership includes entangling the U.S. in 2 foreign wars. I just a couple of thoughts on this. First of all, with this debate, and there's other people out there saying that this is the most significant debate since like the 60s. I totally disagree. I'm into it. I can't wait for it. I know, Dawn, you're looking forward to it. Those of us that live and breathe the industry, the content, politics are looking forward to it. But this notion of this buildup that people are trying to write in columns like this and others, I totally disagree with the significance of it. I think many, many, many people, if not all, have already made up their minds. And I also just disagree with this is an opportunity for Joe to have a bounce back moment. This is why he's agreed to do it so early in the season, so to speak, in late June. The other thing, too, we always play the ratings game on this show on how well, debates will do and interviews and primary coverage. I got to tell you, for the average person out there, the common folk, it's the end of June. You're a week from the 4th of July. It's vacation time. I don't think this debate's going to draw monster ratings. I don't know if we have, previous ratings numbers that we can compare and contrast so I can at least get a framework.
Well, this is the first time that a debate has happened this early.
Correct.
So there's really no precedent for it.
I mean, it's got to be significantly lower than a debate in September or October, right?
By the way, well, yes, of course. By the way, if we're still under the assumption that this debate is going to happen.
I am. Okay. I mean, we're 15 days away.
Yep.
You're still thinking that doesn't go off?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that, it wouldn't surprise me.
All right. I get your gist. I just don't think it's going to be a massive draw. I mean, some of the ones that we've talked about in the past, if I recall, I'm just generally thinking here, it was 27 million, 25 million, 33 million. I would be surprised if this eclipsed 22 or 23 million viewers. I think most Americans in the summer, with the fatigue of the two individuals that we've talked about in polling figures, I think it's going to be a dud. I'll be excited. I'm going to watch every bit of it. I just think most Americans are going to be like, it's Thursday night, June 27th. I'm going to sit outside and have a drink, or I'm going to go in and watch Joe Biden stumble over the teleprompter. It's going to be like a bad rerun of I Love Lucy, right?
Yeah.
And with all due respect to Trump as well, we know what Trump's going to say. We know what Biden's going to say. The only question will be, is Joe going to come out with piss and vinegar?
He can't use the convicted felon against Trump now since his son has won.
Well,
right?
Yeah,
I mean that whole convicted felon card that he may or may not have played during the first election, does it become a moot point now because Trump's response is just like your son?
Yeah.
What do you say?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of, what's the bigger aha checkmate moment? You calling the guy you're debating a convicted felon, or when that guy fires back and says, yeah, well, neither one of my boys are convicted felons?
And by the way, you could take Trump should use that as an opportunity to say, I am, this is a whatever justice system
weaponization,
and it happened to me, and it happened to Joe Biden's son.
Yeah.
Make it use Hunter Biden in that. I think that's great ammunition for Trump.
And isn't it ironic that your poor gun laws that you push for and your bureaucracy and gun laws
did your boy in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. Get your popcorn ready 15 nights from now. I would cancel all of your plans. That's what I'm going to do. But then again, I usually don't have plans, so I'll be watching anyway. And it's my job. Cut sheets coming up in 22 minutes. But on the other side, Christy Nome says something I absolutely agree with, although it looks like it's not going to come to fruition. We'll get to that when we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? And maybe you're just ready for a refresh. You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Just schedule a free in-home consultation right now at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Don't forget, tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season and style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need, and with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking they were at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You look like an angel, walk like an angel, talk like an angel, but I got wise. You're the devil in disguise.
7:29. It's Kayal and Company. As we continue on this Wednesday morning, cut sheet in 15 minutes. Tony Bruno at 8:30. 855-839-1210. You can tweet us at 1210 WPHT. Jose Cruz with a tweet just a few moments ago saying that Trump will be in Reading today, opening a 47 office. I would assume that's similar to what he did just a few weeks back here in the Philadelphia area with a campaign office, so to speak. So, all right, focus on the Keystone State. Very important. Trump also believes Minnesota and Virginia are in play. Polling numbers close. We'll see about that. He also thinks New York is winnable. I highly doubt it. But maybe that's why Elise Stefanik is on the short list, the final 7 or 8, so to speak, of people that have been requested and required to submit documents and financial information to the Trump camp as we get closer to a vice president being brought to the forefront. The convention coming up on July 15th. So just about a month away from that, and we'll see who ultimately Donald Trump selects. And I think it is a very, very juicy conversation. I think a lot of people are invested and have an opinion one way or the other. Whether or not it really matters for his election status is debatable, but we all have our preferences, we all have our choices, and we all have what we think is the strategy that can get Trump over the finish line, whether that is a black vice president, a Latino vice president, or a female. Now, when it comes to females, the only female on this short list right now is 39-year-old Elise Stefanik from New York. Would Elise Stefanik be on the list if she was not an elected official in New York? Maybe, maybe not. But nobody on the list beyond her from a female perspective. Not Tulsi Gabbard, not Sarah Huckabee Sanders, not Kristi Noem. But I do want to play you this clip from Kristi Noem, and this is K5 Boys, as she says that Donald Trump needs a female on the ticket, whether it's her or not. And I tend to agree with this commentary. K5, this is Kristi Noem. Go right ahead.
I told President Trump over and over again, he needs to pick whoever helps him win. I have been loyal to him since the very beginning when he first started to run in 2016. He's told me his priority is picking a running mate that can govern on day one, that has been loyal to him, that has the experience and run businesses, knows how to be a CEO, but also supports him in his policies. I don't care. I love my job in South Dakota. I care about the fact that I want him to win, and he knows that I will do that. All the polls tell him in these swing states that a woman on the ticket helps him win. The polls just say that. People, 1 in 4 Republican women haven't made up their minds because they want to have a woman talking to them about the issues they care about. And women aren't monolithic. They don't care about just one issue. They care about health care. They care about their children. They care about their futures. They care about having an opportunity to have a business and to have a career. And all of that is being threatened under Joe Biden. But yes, the women vote is extremely important. And I've spent the majority of my time here in Wisconsin talking to women and talking to those people that are independent and on the fringe, and they're leaning towards Donald Trump, but they also want to know that their perspective is going to be at the table when decisions are made.
So she definitely cares. She would love to be the VP. She would love to be the female if Donald Trump goes down the female path, which it doesn't look like he will. I think it's either going to be Marco Rubio or Tim Scott. They would definitely be on my short list, but I like Byron Donalds and Tulsi Gabbard a little bit more. But the second half of that clip, I think she nails I agree with everything she said. And if that polling data is true, especially in swing states, 1 in 4 women have not made up their mind. I think Trump's polling better than ever with black voters. He's doing better than ever, and he's probably, if we're looking at everything beyond just straight white cis men, he's doing great with Latino voters. But suburban women are his Achilles heel. And if you think a female can get you over the hump and convince 25% of undecided females, that could win you the election. I think Kristi Noem makes a ton of sense there in the back half of that clip. And to me,
not for herself, Nick.
But not her. Not her.
She was. I mean, just the ass kissing.
Yeah.
It's just.
And even before the dog
Nobody's been
stuff.
more loyal to Trump than I have. Okay.
Even before the dog stuff, she was not my top female. I would prefer Tulsi Gabbard. I would even probably be on board with Sarah Huckabee Sanders before Kristi Noem. But Dawn, you talk to suburban women a lot. You have moms on the show. If that polling data is true, 25% are still out there for the taking. Do you think a female VP can speak to these women in a way that connects where a man, whether he's a black man or a Hispanic man, cannot get through to them?
The only female in that group that maybe, and I don't have the information on it. You're not going to like me saying this, but never Nikki. Nikki Haley is the only. If that's really what you believe, then isn't Kristi? No, I know.
I love
such a buzzkill.
You know why I love this?
Keep your mouth closed.
You know why
I don't
love this
want
show?
her. I just have to say it though.
You know why I love the show? Because everybody was on Dawn's side in the 6 a.m. hour. Everybody was calling you and I out, Nick, for not knowing what we're talking about. Everybody was cheering Dawn on. Now everybody's going to turn against Dawn in this hour. I love it.
I know.
This is the most unpredictable show on radio.
But I
Thank
don't
you.
want
It's all
her.
organic.
Thank you.
I'm not saying I want Nikki Haley, but isn't that when Kristi Noem was just speaking, I thought, well, she's making the case for a Nikki Haley.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think women. Here's if women really wanted a woman, they would have gone for Hillary Clinton. But that's the complex thing about women. We just want a better economy. We want peace and prosperity. Blah blah blah. I don't think that you can pander to women in that regard.
So you don't think women want to see a woman president one day in this country?
Sure, of course, someday that would be great, but it's not. First of all, does the Veep
Matter?
really matter?
Nope.
I mean, we always talk about this.
I don't know.
maybe,
When they're two elderly men,
and,
yes.
and it's a 4-year. It's a little different this year, true,
Yep.
because it's not a 2-termer situation. Okay, but even still, I think that for Republican women, is that going to make or break the ticket? No.
Well, I mean, let's examine, does the Veep matter from a different perspective? We've talked about, does it really matter if it's Tim Scott or Marco Rubio? And I want people to understand what I'm saying here before everyone jumps down my throat.
Uh-oh.
We know she's completely inept. Yeah. She's a total giggle box. I don't think she can tie her shoes. But did Kamala Harris get Joe Biden across the finish line in 2020? Were there people out there that said, oh, wow, a black female vice president?
Joe Biden, Dawn remembers this because we lived through it and when I started predicting things correctly. Joe Biden ran the table after South Carolina in the Democrat primary because African Americans supported him exponential. Like it was like they put him across the finish line, and it had nothing to do with Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was actually on the ballot, and they didn't vote for her; they voted for him.
Yeah,
and that's why South Carolina's Tim Scott makes so much sense.
Agreed.
Because South Carolina,
I think it's going to be him.
Yeah.
Although Axios has a report this morning. Dom actually sent it to me. It is basically saying that Donald Trump Jr. is the new MAGA kingmaker, and he's pushing J.D. Vance on his father.
Yeah. I mean, I like J.D. Vance, but as far as,
Does J.D. Vance wear eyeliner, by the way?
He does have really thick and dark.
I think he wears eyeliner.
Yeah.
I think
you do those TV hits, you put a little makeup on, you forget you have it on.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Look, Greg, it's his truth.
He wears eyeliner. I'm just telling you. He looks like Marilyn Manson.
I've noticed that as well. I'm going to have to look at that during the break. I'm
Sorry.
I have to Google image a dude, something I usually don't do in my free time. 855-839-1210. The cut sheet is coming up next. Tony Bruno at 8:30 as we roll on. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, and we're back after this.
This is the best time of the year for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are hurting you. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here at QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your body's own ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. So, you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again, play frisbee on the beach, pain-free. Under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics has enabled tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Call now. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Get a free consultation. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get slimmer for this summer without any shots. NJ Diet is nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. You will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully monitored the entire time, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, Princeton, and Newark, Delaware, or NJ Diet is available from home with live online video consultations. Lose the weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer for the summer and without any shots. That's njdiet.com to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Go to njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
I'm Audra Mazzani, Director of Career Education at Insight PA Cyber Charter School. At Insight PA, we prepare our students for their futures by starting their career journey in elementary school and helping them find their career pathways by high school. Our students take courses that give them a foundation in their area of interest with internship and certification opportunities in fields such as business, healthcare, and IT. To learn more about how Insight PA can shape your child's future beyond the classroom, visit insightpaschool.org.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
My dad loves Philly sports, and I need a Father's Day gift.
Tickets to see Joe Conklin are the perfect Father's Day gift.
Oh, my goodness. It was absolutely wonderful. All the voices and the singing.
And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
Just the mix of the comedy and the singing. You never knew which way they were going to go with it.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood, Saturday, June 29. And at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch alone. Lonely time.
7:45. It's Kayal and Company live here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Tony, Bruno, just about 45 minutes out. And then after Bruno in the 9 o'clock hour, Rachel Maddow and AOC with major TDS meltdowns. We will get to that story, actually those stories, and also trigger warnings and the spoiling of TV shows. Yes, a very interesting column from Variety.com that we will get to. And also what restaurants, I should say a restaurant is doing that I hope maybe more restaurants will pick up on, saying, you know what, if you're under 30, we don't want to deal with your guff and your nonsense. You can just go to Taco Bell.
You're the oldest 40-year-old I know.
I am, man.
Your guff?
Your guff. You like that one? It's an old school one.
By the way, can I just say, we, the families behind the Bad Children's Foundation, we're almost at $10,000. We're like $574 away from $10,000. I want to go into Father's Day weekend at $10,000. If right now, if you donate $574 to the families behind the Bad Children's Foundation, next week, you will get the playlist.
Okay.
Next week, you will get the playlist. Whatever you want to play, you control the music all week long. Next week, if you donate right now, $574 to the families behind the Bad Children's Foundation, just go to gregstockersucks.com, gregstockersucks.com. Help us get to 10,000. Come on. Help us do it.
So what would it be? Springsteen? Cher?
Oh, God.
How about Cher?
Mellencamp?
Whatever you want. I'm already biting the bullet this week with Elvis. that was a $1,000 donation. I'm just asking for $574.
Yeah.
GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the children behind the families behind the Bad Children's Foundation. I get it right.
Correct.
The third time. Families of fallen officers right here in this area.
Indeed. 855-839-1210 if you would like to join the show. But it's 7:47. It's time for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judy Theosov and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to follow along with all the videos that we have for these audio cuts, You can do it right there. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there, or on the Odyssey app. Please hit the follow button on the Odyssey app as well. Did I get all the plugs in, guys?
Yeah, hit every button possible and give us all your cash.
$574 right now to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Gets the playlist for next week, all week long. Okay, starting on, let's see here, what cut is this?
You're in rhythm, I like that.
This is cut 13, Phil. So this is juror number 10 in the Hunter Biden trial.
Okay.
Who spoke with Fox News. By the way, it didn't take long for these jurors to speak today.
I knew it was going to happen.
Well, no, you knew it was going to. You thought it was going to happen for the Trump trial.
Yeah. We've had people release statements from the Trump trial, right?
No.
Wasn't it juror number 7?
No.
Oh.
Am I wrong?
I don't know. I thought I saw that, but oh well.
All right. Juror number 10 tells Fox News that convicting Hunter Biden was heart-wrenching and not politically motivated. This happened yesterday. Cut 13, Phil, go.
This is audio only. It's an interview that was just conducted by our own Fox News producer, Jake Gibson, with juror number 10. Before we toss to it, I just want to make sure I give it a little more background on him. When he was going through the process, he recalled chatting with somebody about this, likely his brother, about the Hunter Biden case. He knew it was related to drugs and guns. He told that person not to say much because he had jury duty. He insisted he didn't know much about the case beforehand or have any views on it. And he also said that he has family members who own guns. A brother-in-law and another loved one in his life also, he said, struggled with addiction. Both passed away. Now, here's the interview.
No.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know, because we were so focused on the case and listening to the defense and the prosecutor and the witnesses that you weren't really nervous. What part did I actually become nervous about was when the trial was handed over to us. Then it became real. Okay, now we have to play the part, you know. The defense and the prosecution and all the witnesses, they're done, okay? Now it's in our hands. So that's when, yeah, it had hit home, it got real, and I got nervous.
I have to ask you a technical question. I took a video of you speaking earlier.
Yes.
I assume since you don't want to use your name, you also don't want your video on the internet as far as me publishing it. Or do you care? I can't speak for anybody else here. I like to ask permission.
I'd rather it not be. Yeah.
And to that end, I just want to give you my name and phone number.
Okay.
If you decide you want to be on TV or the internet, we'd love to meet you.
Okay.
Obviously.
If you decide to be on the TV and the internet.
This guy,
yeah,
sounds like a.
Yeah, I got to say this, heart-wrenching, and I get it. People deal with addiction and it hits home, but this trial lasted about a week and a half. They deliberated for all of 3 hours. There was not really much up for debate here, and this is just my personal opinion. If you disagree, that's fine. The guy is 54 years old, okay? He's had every opportunity under the sun to get his act together. Countless times, countless things where we have seen and Hunter Biden is not a good person, okay? He doesn't acknowledge a kid for 4 years. Takes from his other children's college fund. And I get it, when you have addiction, you do desperate things, desperate times, desperate measures. But he's had every resource available to him. He's had an unbelievably gifted life. He's got all the support in the world, apparently, even from the vindictive moron. And that's not my quotes. That's his quotes of his stepmom, Dr. Jill. I mean, eventually, you do all you can for a loved one, but when they're 54 years old, and apparently he's got his somewhat together now, or mostly together, or maybe it's all together. I don't feel sympathy for people after all. You only get so many cracks in life. I'm not giving you 13 mulligans on the golf course. You get a few. I'm so tired of the sympathy. I know, by the way,
yeah.
let's also not stop acting like the Bidens or the Brady Bunch, okay? They are a disjointed, dysfunctional family, all right? They're not the Huxtables. They're not the Winslows.
Huxtables.
Okay. They make
Probably shouldn't bring up Cosby.
You're probably right. They make the Bundys look like a unified front. Come on.
Can I get a Whoa Bundy?
Whoa Bundy.
Alan Dershowitz was on with Hannity last night. It says if the Constitution is to survive, we need a ceasefire after a Trump and Biden conviction. Cut 14, Phil, go.
Well, you call it fraud. You call it exactly what Alvin Bragg charged Trump with, that is making false statements in an attempt to influence an election. Look, there are only two choices if the American Constitution is going to survive. Either we need a ceasefire now and say, look, all right, there's been a conviction of a Biden, there's been a conviction of a Trump. Let's stop this weaponization. Let's call off all these cases that are now pending all over the country. Trump people are going off to jail. Stays are being denied. Bannon and others. Let's call that off. Either that or let's have absolutely equal treatment. Let's go after people who have committed election fraud by denying the American public the right to know the truth.
Yeah, I mean, look, equal treatment would be a great thing. I don't think we will see it. And I also don't think the Democrats are going to stop going after Donald Trump or Republicans just because, well, now the scoreboard reads 1-1, so to speak. I do want to see Republicans fight fire with fire because Republicans have tried to take the high road and not go down certain paths. But eventually, I mean, you can only be kicked around so much before you start firing back. I think the bigger question is, once we move past the Biden-Trump era of American politics in the next 4 years, will this continue to happen? Will the next Republican and the next Democrat, will we see this, if the hypothetical potential matchup is DeSantis versus Newsom or whoever you want to insert on both sides, will we continue seeing lawfare in the post-Trump Biden era? That's the million-dollar question as far as preserving the Constitution.
Do you guys agree, though, with his statement that we need a ceasefire now? I mean, now that we have a conviction on both a Trump and a Biden?
I'd like to see that. I mean, I don't want to see the Constitution shredded and decimated, but let's be real. Over the last 4 years, we've seen constitutional violations of the First Amendment, the Second, the Fourth, the Sixth, on down the list. And it's coming from the left. It's like...
My answer is hell no.
There you go. Yeah. Boom.
Ken Buck is a former GOP congressman, and now all of a sudden is on all these cable news outlets because he speaks
Ken Buck, who always votes with the Democrats.
That's why. He said that on the issue of Joe Biden pardoning his son, he said America would understand if Joe Biden pardons his son. This has got 15. Phil, go.
President Biden wouldn't do anything until after the appeals are finished, number one, and that's going to happen after the election. So he's going to have much more flexibility after the election, whether he wins or loses, to make a decision like this. Now, if he were to engage in a pardon of President Trump, if President Trump was convicted of a federal crime at the same time that he pardoned his own son, I think Americans would understand a father doing that. But I think he made the right statement at the time, and that is, I'm not going to show preferential treatment to a member of my own family.
I said this earlier this morning in the 6 o'clock hour after the big take. I personally would not pardon my son or daughter.
I agree with you. I would not either.
And we had this conversation this was well over a year ago. Remember we got onto, we were talking about a murder case in the news. And I was the only one of the three that said I would not be aiding and abetting my child. And you and Dawn are both like, I would be protecting my child. I'm like, no way. My kid commits murder and he's on the run. I'm handing him in.
He's over here.
He's
over here.
You're not out of the will because that wouldn't be punishment. As Al Bundy said, you're now in the will.
Like Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber when they hit the thing and he pointed to
at the diner.
Yeah.
Here comes Seabass.
But we're not talking about somebody who did anything violent. These are white-collar crimes. And my answer is, I'm telling you, it would be brilliant of Trump right now to speak out and say, I believe that these gun forms and these ridiculous bureaucracies created with purchasing a firearm, especially for self-protection, especially during high crime times and open borders like this, are ridiculous, created by Biden. Of course, if I were president and when I become president, yes, on this charge, I think Trump should come out and say, on this, I would immediately pardon Hunter Biden.
Wow.
And look at others who are nonviolent offenders, mostly minority nonviolent offenders who are in prison for these types of.
I agree with Dawn.
Could you imagine the news cycle if Trump did come out and say that?
It would be a brilliant political move.
Wow, would that be great?
Please do it.
And people would have meltdowns. I mean, but would it? So going back to Dershowitz's question of, can we end the back and forth and protect the Constitution and call a ceasefire? Do you think a ceasefire would happen if Trump actually came out and said that if elected, I will pardon Hunter Biden on this charge, this conviction? Oh, my goodness gracious. But I'll tell you this, if I'm Trump, in the words of Dawn Stensland, hell no.
Wow. And what I mean by that is all of the calls for transparency. I mean, you played Dr. Redfield yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
He's calling for all of the COVID files to be declassified, transparency with COVID, J6. Let's have the transparency with J6. We still don't have all of those videos and all of the information on that. And then let's talk about Ukraine. And let's talk about the ironic piece of this, that here we are heading into the 2024 November election, and once again, Hunter Biden's laptop is leading us, Hunter News, into this election. And that very story, think about what we know now and what they suppressed so that we did not know it as voters leading into the last election. That's a sin.
Yeah. Could you imagine if whoever gets the next interview with Donald Trump, doesn't that have to be like the first question you ask Trump? Donald, Mr. President, if you get reelected, would you consider pardoning Hunter Biden? Like I didn't even think about that. That is one of the most interesting questions.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I know Trump better than most, but I mean, knowing Trump as I do, just from afar, I can't see him ever saying that.
Chris Donahue, pardon Hunter, lock up Joe. What can you imagine?
Do you think he would do that?
Chris,
yes.
You and you two.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
Chris. Woo! No, I think he would do it because look at the statement that he released just yesterday when he said we wish Hunter well in his recovery, etc. This is all about, and I'm quoting here, the Biden crime family and Crooked Joe.
Yeah.
That was what the statement said. And I do think another irony, think about the phone call, Ukraine. Think about every time Uncle Joe is talking to Zelensky and more money and more money. And isn't it ironic that how Trump really hit a nerve when he had that phone conversation, perfectly legal phone conversation he had with this very person, with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Think about all of this. And it's just, to me, it's not an irony, and we shouldn't say, oh, what a coincidence that Joe Biden keeps giving all this money to Zelensky, and he's like the sugar daddy to Zelensky.
Right.
And that was what really ticked off all of those deep state, like swamper bureaucrats, was how dare Trump talk to Zelensky. And what was he talking about?
Right.
He was talking about the issues that are very sensitive issues with Hunter Biden on a Burisma board.
Yeah.
Right?
To Trump's credit, too, and you mentioned about, wishing him well with, recovery. To my knowledge, I don't think Trump has ever taken a pot shot at Hunter Biden for his addiction issues because, as you've mentioned, Trump doesn't drink alcohol because his brother was an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Right. So, to my knowledge, I've never seen him rip him for that. So, you get some points for that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's somebody who could be all high and mighty and say, well, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I don't smoke. But his brother, who he clearly worshipped and adored, died of this horrible death as a relatively young man and suffered with addiction. And he idolized his brother. So he understands addiction. He saw it firsthand, and it inspired him and his entire family to be sober at all times. I don't think most of them, drink.
By the way, I don't mean to derail the conversation because it's fascinating, and we will get back to it in just one moment, but I would like to give an update. We have now reached $10,000.
Oh, yeah!
Who gets the playlist?
You will never guess who pledged $574 to get the playlist for next week.
We love you.
Can I get a hint, a clue?
Well, it's Linda Kearns again.
Oh my God!
From the law offices of Linda Kearns.
Is it the second week of Elvis?
Linda Kearns, Woman of the Year.
Oh my God! I love this woman because she is giving a ton of money to this great charity. This
We have
great,
such generous listeners.
just amazing. Thank you so much. But another week of. We're gonna do another week of Elvis.
No, she didn't say it's Elvis, did she?
She didn't. She did not.
Well, maybe it's something else.
She did not.
You can pick Mellencamp. You can pick Bruce.
Oh man,
Linda.
Yeah,
Who else triggers?
It's your money, your donation. You can do whatever you want to.
It's your jukebox.
Please, no more Elvis.
The Bee Gees.
I agree. A week is enough.
How about the Bee Gees?
Yeah. By the way, we didn't get flagged yesterday. Our show on YouTube is still up from yesterday, so there was nothing copyrighted that you played that got us taken down.
Yes, I think most of Elvis's music, because it's so terrible, is in the public domain. So like they're just like, yeah, have at it. It's fine.
Have a blast.
By the way, please, our goal is $20,000.
Yep.
So please keep the donations coming. GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. None of it goes to us. We're just raising money for this great cause. We do this every year. We do this every summer. Nick does this 65-mile bike ride every year just to support this amazing cause.
And I have to track down my bike again, too. I'm like Pee-wee Herman. I need my bike.
Oh, yes. You asked me about that yesterday. Wayne Bonfiglio.
That's who it is.
If you're listening, my friend, we need a bike for Nick Kayal.
Yeah. The same one that I used last year would be nice if it's still, in use.
Okay. You gave it back to him?
I did, right after the ride.
That's very nice of you. Wayne, if you're listening,
he asked for it right away. I'm like, yeah, sure have
call in or join the YouTube chat and just let us know if we can use that, if Nick can use that bike again.
Yeah, I got to start training in the next couple of weeks.
All right, back to the Hunter Biden issue. Joy Reid last night says she does not understand the lack of compassion from Republicans for a father loving his son. For a father loving his son.
A middleman.
Cut, where are we here? This is cut 16, Phil. Go.
And I think you're an especially important person to talk about it with. Is this the lack of sort of decency on the Republican side here? Because you have, in the case of Hunter Biden, somebody who's obviously had deep troubles, problems with drugs, problems in his life. He comes from a background that's full of tragedy. And yet here's his family surrounding him with love. President Biden's statement is actually quite kind, and it's very fatherly and sweet. He says, as I said last week, I'm the president, but I'm also a dad. Jill and I love our son, and we are so proud of the man he is today. So many families who have loved ones battle addiction understand the feeling of pride, seeing someone you love come out on the other side and be so strong and resilient in recovery. As I said last week, I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process as Hunter considers an appeal. Jill and I will always be there for Hunter and the rest of our family with our love and support. Nothing will ever change that. I can't even imagine Donald Trump saying that about any of his children, his family. That is actually loving your kid. And I don't understand why Republicans don't even have compassion for that.
You know, I just... the audacity of Joy Reid, of all people, to talk about compassion and, showing sympathy and expressing condolences. Let me flip the script for Joy. Joy, if one of the Trump sons or daughter-in-law or daughter was going through this, would you have compassion for anybody in the Trump family? You know darn well you would not. Not. And by the way, Joy, if you are so advocating for compassion, here's what you should do. Cough up your $15 million salary, quit your job, and go work at a treatment facility and do a greater cause. And if it's so, oh my God, the Republicans. Really? And by the way, speaking of MSNBC, let me just blast Rachel Maddow for a moment. She said, and this is a quote, she fears that Donald Trump will put her in an internment camp in the event he is reelected this upcoming election season.
Oh, God. Here we go.
In an interview with CNN senior media reporter Oliver Darcy, published in Monday's Reliable Sources newsletter, Maddow was asked about her concerns about being personally victimized by the Trump administration if he is to be the winner. Quote, Trump and his allies are openly talking about weaponizing the government to seek revenge against critics in the media and politics. I fear being put in an internment camp. Are you kidding me?
Didn't we go through this already, Dawn?
Yeah.
Didn't we go through this whole internment camp thing already? Like locking journalists up, and Jim Acosta was the head
promoted
White House reporter during the Trump administration. He got his own freaking show.
All of these people have become wealthy off of Trump.
Exactly.
Right. AOC also says Donald Trump is out of his mind. I mean, it sounds nuts, but I wouldn't be surprised if this guy threw me in jail.
Right.
This is his motto.
And it's all about, think about what they're saying. It's all about me. Look at me, AOC or Rachel Maddow. Oh, Trump. Trump doesn't spend a day thinking about you, AOC, or you, Rachel Maddow. He's not thinking about you, nor does he. Internment camp? What? What? And that's an insult to Japanese Americans who actually were put in internment camps.
Yes. If I'm Japanese, I would be offended.
You should be offended.
If she would have came out and said he's going to stick me in a reincarnation of the Holocaust. If I was Jewish, I would be offended by that comment. And oh, by the way, we lived through a Trump presidency. Did he throw any media members in jail?
No.
God almighty.
By the way, Mark O'Connor weighed in. You'll get a bike.
Yes.
Thank you, Mark.
That. Beautiful.
Love Mark O'Connor and everybody that is a part of the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Thank you so much. We enjoy raising this money for you every year. The suits may not. I'm just kidding. Tom Dupree was on with CBS News because, they broke in for special coverage yesterday during the Hunter Biden. When did this actually come down? Did this come down? This came down in the 1 o'clock hour?
No, it was before that.
What,
was it?
The verdict?
Yeah.
It was my show.
Yeah, it was your show.
Yeah,
Good.
we had it live.
Good.
See,
this is why I gotta say this.
Yeah.
This is why we are live and local all day, because it is just there is so much. I mean, think about the luck Zioli had in the month of May with the Trump verdict coming down, and now this. Dawn and Dom haven't there's just a wealth of we can't go into syndicated crap.
No,
you know what I mean? This is why we're here. We're here to react to things as they're happening in real time. So the live and local. I've never been more proud of the way this radio station sounds and what we're doing.
I was in my gym yesterday at 11 when it happened, and sometimes the big TV in there is left on by whoever was in there, and CNN was on, but the sound was off, and I was working out, and then this guy comes in, turns the volume up. I start hearing the CNN breaking news sounder, and the guy goes, "You mind if I turn CNN off?" I go, "Normally I would say absolutely turn it off, but literally the scroll came across saying verdict has been reached. The verdict is in."
Were you on the elliptical?
No, I was lifting.
Lifting. Dawn, he was lifting.
Working my legs out for that bike.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. That 65 miles is gonna hit pretty hard this year, dude.
Oh, it is. I've gained 10 pounds since last year, too.
Somebody said on the YouTube chat, which I agree with, that last year was pure adrenaline. Like, you were just, so pumped up. It was your first year doing it. And this year is going to be, you're going to poop the bed.
Oh, how about let's throw up a wager for charity. And nothing for my personal profit. We'll do it for whether it's Families Behind the Badge, Travis Manion Foundation. If people want to place bets on what the bet should be is what my finishing time was last year, and if I can beat it this time around.
Yeah,
I think it was 5 hours and 5 minutes I finished in.
Wow.
And what was Road Warriors?
Yeah. 2 days behind me.
Oh, that's not right.
Dusted that guy.
All right, getting back to Hunter Biden. Let's get back to this bet because this is interesting to me. Will Hunter Biden go to prison? I want both of your opinions on this. Let's start with cut 6, though, Phil. This was the CBS News special report weighing in on Hunter Biden going to prison. Cut 6, Phil, go.
As a former federal prosecutor, do you think Hunter Biden will go to prison? I do. I think that the sentence here is not going to be unduly severe. This is effectively a first-time offender. I suspect that the judge will look somewhat sympathetically on this case. I don't see this as a case where the judge is going to be looking at an upper range of the sentencing guidelines. My sense is that the likeliest outcome would be a sentence of incarceration, but for a fairly limited period. We'd be talking a year or two, not 5 or 6.
A year or two.
Wow.
He's not getting a day or two. I don't believe Trump or Hunter Biden on the two convictions serve a day.
Agreed.
I mean, they're petty small things. Say what you want, but Hunter Biden to me broke a law, whereas people are still trying to figure out what Trump was found guilty of. But no, it's going to be deferred sentencing, probation, community service.
For both cases, if either of them is given jail time, you can't argue it any other way than it's 100% political because of their last names, Trump or Biden.
Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah, that's very valid. Yeah.
Dawn, do you think he'll do jail time?
No. For this? No, absolutely not. The issue is that he becomes a convicted felon, goes then to L.A. for the IRS case for allegedly not paying taxes or reporting millions of dollars in income and reporting things like, hookers and et cetera as business expenses.
Hookers and et cetera. I like that.
Hookers and et cetera. The name of Greg's garage cover band in high school.
Holy crap!
But then, because now he's already a convicted felon, that becomes much more serious. So think of Wesley Snipes. I feel so sorry for that guy. He as an actor went and evaded income and has spoken out about it, but went to federal prison. He went to prison. Think of Martha Stewart. They made an example of her, not because they didn't convict Martha, remember, on the actual financial situation. They convicted her on lying to the feds. So if they want to go after you, they're going to. Hunter Biden will, at the end of the day, there's no way the big guy, Big Daddy, is going to let him go to prison. He will pardon him. But likewise, Trump's not going to either, because Trump's case is never going to proceed because all of this is under appeals. His attorneys right now, any day now, like yesterday, he just had the Zoom meeting for Mar-a-Lago with his parole officer. It's just all ridiculous, and we should. Yeah. I'm more at this point, I just think it's all theater, and it's no coincidence that these cases were teed up side by side right before the election. Come on already.
Yeah.
And then Merrick Garland, he's teed up today. That's the latest. Merrick Garland teed up for, he's basically, he's in contempt of Congress. That's the latest. Will they hold him in contempt like Bannon? Will he go to jail? None of these people. Steve Bannon's the only one who goes to jail, apparently.
Do you guys remember Andrew Weissman?
Of course.
He's the guy who a couple weeks ago said he had a man crush on Judge Merchan.
Yeah, He's got a poster of him in his bedroom.
Well, that apparently did not get him kicked off MSNBC. They brought him back for more because, of course, why not? He says that this verdict shows that Joe Biden is the, quote, living embodiment of the rule of law.
This guy doesn't have an ounce of dignity.
He doesn't. He really doesn't.
None.
And he's on here supposed to be like a impartial. I don't know.
Okay.
Cut 7, Phil, go.
Yeah, it's also back to the role and the responsibility of a jury and the sacred responsibility that they have to carry out during their duties as a member of the jury. I want to bring in Andrew Weissman, former FBI general counsel and a former senior member of the Mueller probe. He is now an MSNBC legal analyst. So, Andrew, what are your thoughts?
I'm less interested in the particulars of the case. This is a gun charge. The proof was overwhelming. I agree with your other panelists that it is rarely charged. In my experience, over 21 years at the department, I never saw this kind of case brought. It would normally be somebody who was a felon in possession of a gun that would be charged. I'm more interested in what it tells us about the rule of law in this country in two ways. One, the son of the sitting president was pretty quickly tried. He was given due process and he was found guilty. And you have the current president, the father of the defendant, making it absolutely clear that he is not pardoning him, that he could have ordered at any time his Justice Department to get rid of this case. He did not do that. He has said that he is not planning on pardoning him as well. And I really think that if you look at this case, what is the big picture here?
Yeah,
it's not a drug addict who possessed a gun for 2 weeks. It is that you have a president of the United States who is living embodiment of the rule of law, even with respect to his only living son. And you can contrast that to the former president's denigration of the rule of law every single time he is found either guilty in a criminal case or liable in a civil case, including sexual assault and fraud. He says the system's rigged against him. So I think that, to me, is the really strong contrast between the two views of the institution of the justice system, whether it's civil justice or criminal justice, that I think is speaking to me very loudly about the impact and the import of this case.
So to recap, the senior legal analyst who is paid to give his legal perspective really doesn't want to get into the law and the specifics of the case because it was cut and dry, but more of how the respondents react to being charged and or convicted. Very fascinating. So I would ask Andrew Weissman, since you're the senior legal analyst and you're talking about the Trump trial, and then since I haven't heard from Turley or Honig or McCarthy what Trump was actually found guilty of and convicted of from the felony standpoint, in his professional legal opinion, what was Trump convicted of? But he probably wouldn't answer that because he would rather just talk about the emotional reaction of both men.
Yeah, and the allegation, if you believe the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, is that the allegations against Biden and his influence peddling are serious. I mean, those are allegations, but how he met with these foreign associates, how he was right there, how he's the big guy, I don't know how anybody with a straight face says what he just said.
Straight-faced on?
Oh
I'm
what are you saying there?
I'm confused about your language there, but it's just me.
Yeah.
While all of this was happening yesterday with no irony whatsoever, Joe Biden gave a speech for the Gun Sense University. It was like an anti-gun speech he gave yesterday, where he basically knows nothing about guns, and not that I do, right. But he's up there talking about who in God's name needs a magazine that can hold 200 shells. I mean, tell me you've never fired a gun without telling me you've never fired a gun, right? Right, Joe?
Yeah.
This is cut 2, Phil, go.
Who in God's name needs a magazine which can hold 200 shells? Nobody, that's right. I remember when I was campaigning, when I was a senator, going through the wetlands of Delaware to meet all the people who were most upset with me.
The wetlands of Delaware.
Fishermen and the hunters.
Yeah.
And I came across a guy who was fishing, and he said, "You want to take my gun?" And I looked at him, I said, "Yeah, I don't want to take your gun. You're allowed to have a gun, but I want to take away your ability to use an assault weapon." And this is how the conversation went.
Yeah, this never happened.
He said, "What do you mean I need that done?" I said, "Guess what? If you need 12 to 100 bullets in a gun and a magazine, you're the lousiest shot I've ever heard."
There you go.
Well, I would argue, based on Dawn's newscast each morning, that all these, errant bullets, some of these shooters in Philadelphia could use 12 to 200 rounds.
He's watched too many movies. You know what I mean? Like with Schwarzenegger and Commando with that big... Like, what is he talking about?
These conversations that he brings up never occurred.
No.
There's no chance he spoke to somebody that was fishing and said, "Oh, no, I'm just going to take your assault weapon away. You can have your pistol."
In the wetlands of Delaware.
In the wetlands, as he's roaming around with the everyday man.
Well, that's what I'm looking at. What would he have been hunting? Because I didn't know he was a hunter, and a lot of the wetlands and the migratory birds are protected in the wetlands. So what was he hunting?
Dawn Stensland. Wow.
What a walking liar.
200 shells. I've like, it is just, and nobody calls him out on it. No. Everybody's like, nobody needs that.
Every story that he gave yesterday is completely fictitious and has already been debunked.
Oh, man.
But you notice that it's always the same thing. He always says, who in God's name? Who in God's name? He has said that like 35,000 times during his first 3.5 years. Who in God's name?
It's amazing. In less than a minute, kudos to Greg Price for calling this out. In less than a minute, he claims he was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania.
Lie.
Claims he taught a constitutional law class on the Second Amendment.
Never did.
Says that you couldn't own a cannon when the Second Amendment was implemented, which you could.
Katie Pavlich has one.
And he ends by failing miserably to say the phrase, "The tree of liberty is watered with the blood of patriots." So in this minute clip, you really get the full Joe Biden. Cut cut one, Phil, go.
Are so damn important. We need you. We need you to overcome the unrelenting opposition of the gun lobby, gun manufacturers, so many politicians when they oppose common sense gun legislation. I used to be when I was no longer the vice president, I became a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Before that, I taught a constitutional law class, and so I taught the Second Amendment. Yeah. There's never been a time that says you can own anything you want. You couldn't own a cannon during the Civil War. No, I'm serious. Think about it. How many times have you heard this phrase? The blood of liberty. Wash your dough. Give me a break.
The blood of liberty is washed with those. What?
Not a joke.
Wow. 41 seconds, guys. Dawn Stensland, Nick Kayal, 41 seconds. How many half truths, lies were told there?
There were zero. There might have been a half of a half truth, which I think equals a quarter. I got to pull out my Bidenomics calculator here. But yeah, everything he says is a lie and completely debunked. What a character.
By the way, this group that he was speaking to is the Moms Demand Action for Gun Safety in America, or Gun Sense, or Gun something in America. Then he threatens everybody and says, hey, guess what? We have the F-15s, so even your little pea shooters can't handle the weaponry that we, the United States of America, the military,
heard this 20,000
has. Cut 3, Phil, go.
By the way, if they want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about, well, guess what? They need F-15s. They don't need a rifle.
And guess who has those F-15s?
We do. Can I just
Ukraine?
Yeah. Can I just ask the question?
Yeah.
What would the media say if Donald Trump was giving a speech and said he was going to whack his own citizens with F-15s?
Wow, it's an interesting point.
I mean, Donald Trump, the threat to democracy. Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. Joe Biden has regurgitated this F-15 thing a bazillion times, and either nobody in his cabinet and his administration or his handlers have said, it's probably not a good look to say that, or he just disregards what they tell him not to bring up.
Yep.
Like, he's basically saying don't bring a knife to a gunfight, right?
Yeah, he's basically saying, hey, guys, by the way, with all your ammunition and all the guns you have, it's no match for what the United States military has.
We have the big
has.
Artillery.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, all right, we should make a way for Tony Bruno here.
All right, coming up next, we go down to the great state of Florida as Tony Bruno joins us for his weekly Wednesday appearance. But first, a word from my friends with families behind the badge. You guys know that we love first responders, so we're hoping that you will join me once again in supporting the Bend to the Shore bike tour. It's coming up in just over 5 weeks, Sunday, July 21st, and you have a ton of options. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City. It's not as difficult as it sounds. Or you can ride 30 miles from Hamilton if you want to cut it in half, so to speak. There's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride, and you can even register to ride with me and Team 1210 I'm back as the captain of Team 1210. Would love for you to join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit ben2short.org. And when you sign up with the code Nick1210, they'll knock $25 off the registration fee. That's ben2short.org. Promo code Nick1210. FBBCF, that's Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders. And they support the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth.
This is the best time of year for bike riding or being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are hurting. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here thanks to my friends at QC Kinetics. Just call them today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief here. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and, yes, repair that damaged joint tissue so you can walk, run, bike ride, hike, play golf, move again, do everything pain-free. QC Kinetics, under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, look him up, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine. They have advanced protocols enabling tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. You got to do this. Stop putting it off. QC Kinetics, 215-993-000, 215-993-000. Just call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation on the calendar right now, 215-993-000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
Imagine outpatient care where all your needs are met in one location. Jefferson Health's Honickman Center is where you'll discover nationally ranked specialty care and more, like patient ambassadors, imaging and lab services, a pharmacy, calming spaces, and valet parking. Designed by patients, for patients. Discover a new level of care, created with you in mind. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
If I could be you, if you could be me, for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds.
It's Kayal and Company as we continue 8:32 live on this Wednesday morning. You know what time it is. Time to ship it on down south to my retirement destination. 22 years from now, God willing. I'll either be in Florida or I'll be dead. But either way, I'll be happy. And the great Tony Bruno is with us. What up, Mr. Bruno?
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. By the way, we've had rain continuously for 2 days. Now, this is the worst time of the year in Florida because it's hot and it's humid and it rains at least once a day. But it's been raining like consistently for 2 straight days, a steady rain. So if you're coming down here now, I advise you stay home because it's bad. And they started putting cinder blocks up. The house is finally going up. One day on Monday, they started putting blocks up. After we got the slab poured, we're seeing a house, and then boom, it's been raining for 2 days. So the building gods have not been looking down on me the last couple of years. But luckily, though, I am here to celebrate the 2nd year anniversary of my 70th birthday.
Wow.
Tomorrow is my Juneteenth. Because, the other night was Juneteenth, even though it wasn't Juneteenth, when Joe Biden came out of the Hall of Presidents at Walt Disney World and was propped up over there with all the dancing people on the White House lawn. I mean, I think the White House should just get the audio animatronic Joe Biden from the Hall of Presidents at Walt Disney World and bring that out to replace Joe, because that actually has more animation and it moves more than Joe does.
Tony, we broke down the film yesterday of that concert out on the lawn. We couldn't figure out if Joe was frozen. Was he drinking Metamucil? Was it Gatorade? I don't know who was more uncomfortable clapping along, whether it was Doug Emhoff, Joe Biden, or Kamala Harris. That was one of the most, I don't even know what the appropriate word was. It was just sheer comedy and entertainment, seeing some people that just clearly are totally out of place in certain elements.
Come on, man. This guy grew up in the black church. And you can tell when he was in the black church. Listen, anybody who's ever been in a black church knows that there's no way you can stand still. You don't stand there like a statue when you're in a black church.
Absolutely
and the congregation is rocking and people in back in the overflow are going crazy. Joe Biden's the only guy who's been to the black church that hasn't moved an inch. It's impossible. It's impossible to do.
It is. It really is. Tony Bruno with us from Florida. Speaking of the Bidens, let's get to the big guy's baby boy yesterday. Guilty on all 3 counts, but it's not about the verdict. It's not about the rule of law, Tony. As Joy Reid would say, it's about compassion. It's about being there as a father as your child beats addiction, and Republicans would never have that kind of sympathy for anybody, right, Tony?
Well, the interesting thing is, I don't know if you saw this, and I posted this yesterday on my new, fresh, reactivated, and heavily viewed Tony Bruno Show X account.
Yep.
And I'm posting sports stuff, the Phillies, the politics. I actually asked a big question yesterday after the verdict, with the Tajikistan. Who knew that Tajikistanis would now become the latest members? Come on down! Was Jim Kenney doing the Sanctuary City dance when he found out that the Tajikistan guys are in Philadelphia? Who do you have in a street gang war? The Philly street gangs or the Tajikistanis?
I'll get the Tajikistanis are minus 200 on FanDuel right now, Tony.
Will Greg have a
he'll have
Greg
a read
have
coming
pick
up
on that one? Tajikistan
Definitely.
versus Philly Gangs.
Definitely.
Who do you have?
Definitely.
All right, now listen. I posted yesterday. Nobody's celebrating the fact that Hunter Biden was. I mean, they could have gotten a guy at Pepple. Manny Moore or Jack could have been the prosecution and got a conviction there.
Yeah.
Yep.
The reason the trial only lasted, it actually didn't last 2 weeks. It lasted only a week because they had the thing on Friday, and then they had to wait till Monday, and then they got the jury. It took them 3 hours of deliberation.
Mm-hmm.
So the bottom line is nobody's celebrating a guy being convicted over a gun crime. Nobody's celebrating it. You know, and obviously not like they celebrated Trump's convictions. And so it's not one of those, this guy's my, he's my convicted felon now. By the way, must report that I am not a convicted felon, but I am 0 for 5 in Philadelphia traffic court in my lifetime. So you want to talk about something that's even harder to beat
It's true.
than a gun violation. Try to go to Philadelphia traffic court when you have all the evidence in the world.
There's no
and you go before a judge and he says, I'm sorry. Remember back in the day when you got tickets, the cop would have to show up
Yep.
to say that you broke the law?
Yeah.
No, you go in, it's like, guilty. Next, come on in. You go to traffic court, you wait outside, and then they impound your car, and then you got to pay $500 to go get it out when you parked on your own street with a parking sticker on your car. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Tony Bruno joining us as he does each and every Wednesday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
By the way, just a programming note. Next Wednesday and Thursday, Tony Bruno will actually be with Dawn and myself, Miss Robin.
Next Wednesday, what's the date? So that's the 20th. That's the first day of summer.
The 19th and the 19th and 20th.
No, that's Juneteenth.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking Juneteenth off, Tony.
Yes, he is.
Well, I would do it too, but Juneteenth is tomorrow for me. June 13th is my birthday. So since Biden didn't know what Juneteenth was
I think
at the
he
White
thought
House.
it meant June 10th.
No, I know, but they were celebrating Juneteenth.
By the way, in the next 2 days, we have Tony Bruno's birthday, Donald Trump's birthday, and Don Stensland's birthday.
No!
Wow.
Oh, it's a
Geminis, are we not the greatest people ever
Geminis.
created on God's green earth?
By the way, I don't even
we're on the
acknowledge.
fringe of Gemini, right? When does Cancer start?
No. We are right in the heart of the We are the pure Gemini.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't mention.
In my house,
I
we
do
call
though.
it.
I do. They.
In my house, I just call it Magna Carta Day, which is the prequel to the Constitution. I just go, okay, kids, we're celebrating. And the worst day of my life was when my stepdaughter Stacia turned 39 because my kids said, "Mom, I thought you were 39," because I've been lying for so long. It was like, ugh, Stacia, you're 29.
You're not 39.
She is.
Well, I am.
She is.
With a ton of years of experience. Don't talk about that. Right, Miss Robin?
Exactly.
Exactly.
All right,
I'm with
Bruno,
you.
speaking of females, we got to get to our daily Caitlin Clark update. This one is this might actually take the cake of all the bad takes that we have heard for the last month on Caitlin Clark from race baiters on ESPN and mainstream media everywhere. I have no idea who this guy is because I haven't watched Around the Horn in 22 years on ESPN. But one of the panelists, David Dennis Jr., is apparently a writer. Yeah, exactly who. Exactly. He's a writer for ESPN, and he says, quote, "The problem here is what concerns me going forward is those people on the fringe that do exist who are in real life, not just internet trolls, politicians, pundits, and people of the like, who are using Caitlin Clark as an avatar to lash out at the people who they actually have disdain for, mainly the makeup of the WNBA, which is black women." So now the headlines are, ESPN writer claims that Caitlin Clark fans are using her to express their hatred for black women. Tony Bruno, your thoughts?
What a joke. Meanwhile, at least, Stephen A. Smith and a lot of other ESPN people have all spoken out on behalf of Caitlin Clark. So it's not just white people who are excited. The most bizarre thing about this is all of these histrionics about, she can wait 4 more years to go play for 2 weeks in the Olympics. That's true. But it's not based on what you've accomplished. For example, in Major League Baseball, the kid Skeens from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Is he not going to make the MLB All-Star game because he's a rookie and he should wait his turn?
Nope.
No, he's the hottest young pitcher in baseball, and he's going to be in the Major League Baseball All-Star game. Is he supposed to wait till he's a veteran and he's not 19? It's ridiculous. And here's the other thing that people seem to conveniently forget. All this, well, you got to earn your way. She could wait 4 more years. What happens if she gets hurt and 4 years from now she's not playing? And again, that's unlikely to happen. But the bottom line is the women's U.S. national basketball team, is an absolute machine. And when you sit on the bench as the 12th person and you have a couple of alternates, you're going to get in the game and play. Because when you're beating Tajikistan by 72 points, they empty the benches and everybody gets to play. That's how it works in the Olympic. It's what the Dream Team did when our college kids started losing to the rest of the world. We brought in the big boys, and we just absolutely annihilated the rest of the world. We were sitting there in the summer watching 72 to 15 games, and all of a sudden everybody's worried about a rookie sitting on a bench in a game that becomes a joke, and then NBC will cut out of it. When these games get absolutely ridiculous, they'll cut out of it and go to gymnastics or synchronized swimming at night when the women control the remote controls during the Olympics and say, hon, can you put on synchronized swimming? They're on the unbalanced, but they're on the balance beams tonight. I want to see gymnastics. Because let's be honest, and you know me, I'm not a sexist. I love women. But women control the remote controls in prime time during the Olympics. Whether it's the Winter Games, when it's figure skating, or whether it's the Summer Games, when it's gymnastics, which is huge, or synchronized swimming, which is pretty, or diving, or some of the other events. So give me a break with this. Well, you know, she can wait another 4 years for the Olympics. By the way, remember, there's a time difference. So NBC and Peacock, they're not going to be showing these games live unless they play at, 2 in the morning. So give me, as Joe Biden would say, come on, man. Give me a break.
What would you do, Tony Bruno, or Greg Stocker, what would you do as far as if you're NBC, try to get Caitlin as an announcer or something to bring in her involvement, put her there, have her interviewing players or something?
She's an attraction. She would bring viewers.
Listen, the bottom line is what we've seen happen since this whole thing. If they had just put her on the team, and again, I'm not saying she just should be put on there, but just as an acknowledgement of the power she has brought to the WNBA as a rookie. By the way, there are other great rookies in the WNBA, but you notice since this thing all started up, what are we seeing? We're seeing WNBA players being interviewed and showing what idiots they are. And not all idiots, but there are people who are doing stupid things on the WNBA floor that nobody would ever pay attention to. The other night, another player up in Connecticut, shoves her down. And listen, I get it. She's a rookie. She's going to get bounced around. That's what you do. But she doesn't get up and whine.
Nope.
She doesn't go after the game and say, well, they're picking on me. Nobody's handled their success better than Caitlin Clark. She's been first class all the way. She doesn't rip anybody. She doesn't say, I deserve to be there. She doesn't have anybody campaigning for her. It's just logical. The WNBA, I'm telling you, the WNBA has been made better and has been re-energized by Caitlin Clark and the young rookies that came in. It was all because of the college basketball tournament. People found out about women's basketball. They don't know, but normally they don't watch the women's NCAA tournament. It's the men's game, and then they'll put some scores up. Women's basketball was put on the map because of the great rivalries that came to light this past year in the NCAA College Basketball Championship Tournament. It was must-watch TV, more than a lot of the men's games. So the bottom line is, this is ridiculous. Put her on there and stop all this nonsense. She's not going to hurt. It's next month, by the way. It's next month. It's not like they have to go out and have all these trials and have tryouts. The U.S. women's team's a machine.
Yeah, they're going to roll.
And you put her on there on the bench, and you get more eyeballs on the game. To me, the WNBA has hurt itself more than helped itself with this stupid decision. And the women and all those women who played God and decided that she wasn't going to be there, including Philly's own Dawn Staley, have really done a disservice to the women's game, because now everything that happens in the WNBA that's bad is now going to make highlights at night. And that's not the kind of publicity I would think the WNBA, which is now red hot, wanted to have happen.
Tony, I got to get your thoughts on this. Earlier this week, I think it was Monday, I did a big take on some of the decline that we are seeing in America. The Pew Research Center says now only about 34% of Americans believe you can be a different gender than the one you were assigned at birth based on your sex. The American College of Pediatricians has come out and said we need to stop the puberty blockers and the transgender surgical procedures in this country. We've seen it already stopped overseas in Europe. And now I just read a story yesterday in your state of Florida where a judge has now come out and he's blocked trans care for youth, such as surgeries, puberty blockers, hormone treatments, and things like that. I totally applaud Florida for that approach, again, for the minors, because I don't think minors can make a really informed decision about their future and their body parts when they're 12 years old. Your thoughts on that, obviously happening in Ron DeSantis' own state?
Well, what happened, Nick, is that Ron DeSantis and the legislature here in Florida obviously thought that children being mutilated, as young children, when you're an adult, you can cut everything off you want. You can go out there, cut your arms, your legs, don't cut the front hole now. Remember, you're not allowed to say cervix anymore.
Nope.
It's the front hole. So if you want to cut your front hole out or stuff your front hole, whatever you do when you're an adult, we do that with the turkey. We stuff the front hole. For Thanksgiving, we stuff the front hole.
What do you stuff with your front hole?
Oh, come on.
Did you remove the gizzard?
Wait a minute, there's another drop right there. You got to mark that one.
Don, I have a question for you. When I heard that coming out of Canada, I don't know why that bothered me so much. I was so insulted.
Talk about insulting the women.
Yes. I was so insulted that our body parts are being relegated to holes.
Yes.
I mean,
not the glory hole. Jerry Jones is looking for some glory hole down there.
Yes, he is.
But that's just it. Imagine if anybody with the last name Trump referred to anybody female as a front hole.
Yeah.
Can you even imagine?
Imagine that, Miss Robin. Imagine, Robin. I mean,
so
and Robin, this is the Canadian Cancer Society.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I wrote a scathing message about it because being body parts, when you start relegating women to just the holes that they have is the most insulting thing I have ever heard.
The only hole we should be talking about is the blowhole on all of our majestic, like down here we just saw one the other day. The majestic.
You saw we had a manatee. There was a manatee.
When a manatee comes up and breathes, or a dolphin, or a beautiful shark comes up, not the shark, a beautiful orca. Or the whales, when the blowhole. Yeah. The blowhole is the only hole we should be talking about when it comes to glorious holes. Not the glory hole. That's a different hole.
See, this is how we stay young in this town.
That's true. It's true.
Technically just a 10-year-old. I mean, this is really...
No, but back to the, here's the thing, Nick. DeSantis and the state legislature passed a law saying that in Florida, children do not have the right to be genitally mutilated because they can't make that decision. Mm-hmm. And we can't allow parents who think now all of a sudden that their 5-year-old should be another gender. So Florida actually said, no, if you're an adult, you can make those decisions, go ahead and do it, but not children. Guess what happened? Then a federal judge came in and blocked it. They blocked the law that allows, and then GLAAD, the gay organization, actually praised the judge for reversing the rule and saying that kids should be allowed to go in and get genitally mutilated as youngsters. Mm-hmm. So listen, I get the gay community. GLAAD used to be, speaking out on behalf of the gay community. Now all of a sudden they're promoting young kids having irreparable surgery to change their genders, and that's good.
Well, here's the thing that people don't realize, that this is actually incredibly discriminating against gays and lesbians, because you are telling children that if they feel a little bit different, that they can no longer identify as gay or lesbian, that they need to choose a gender rather than just accepting who they are. There's nothing wrong with being gay or lesbian.
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
the thing.
And That's what many doctors and all the studies, if you look at them, they say puberty is the cure. What they find is for a lot of these kids, after puberty, these issues, one way or the other, maybe they're gay, maybe they're straight, but they don't want to have trans surgery after puberty.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Can you
By the way,
guys?
I'm getting corrected by Kevin Poles. He's right.
Kevin?
Manatees do not have blowholes. They have nostrils, but they still come up and breathe.
Amazing that Kevin
would know that.
It's amazing. I know that too. Robin and I live in manatee country. They come in our lagoon, and we go out there and act like 5-year-olds, man.
That's good work, Kevin.
They're a mermaid.
By the way,
They're chubby.
91
mermaids.
91 LSXer has a great point. He says DeSantis keeps passing actual conservative legislation that people want instead of just talking.
Yeah, he gets.
It's not even conservative legislation. It's common sense legislation.
I mean,
It's not far right to say I don't want kids. I don't want kids, the 5-year-old kids, to have their organs cut off because it's irreparable. You can't go put them back on.
Can you guys?
This isn't operation. This isn't the stick in. Remember the little games we used to have? We used to put body parts and you put things on.
Mr.
Those
Potato Head.
games that kids used to play.
Yeah.
That's me, Mr. Potato Head. Can you guys stick around for one more segment? Because I still have some other stuff to get to.
Where am I going? It's raining out. I need the house. I need to get action. I need cinder block laying to occur today on this beautiful What Up Wednesday.
All right, beautiful. I got to get to nobody being above the law with hypocrisy. We've also got some Emmy conversation to get to when it comes to DEI. And, oh, by the way, Joey Chestnut has been shut out of the hot dog eating contest on our nation's birthday. Total outrage. Bruno and Robin will stick around, and we're back after this.
Summer, kicking off road trip season for many of us. But do you know if your vehicle is road trip ready? Do you really know? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you make sure you and your family are safe on the roads this summer. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle your regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose possible issues before they occur. So just schedule a service appointment online today. Visit piazzapremiumautomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, obviously. Piazza, piazzapremiumautomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue. You find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hugs from patients like Patrick.
It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
When I said I needed you, you said you would always stay. It wasn't me who changed, but you, and now you've gone away.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:01. Fourth and final hour underway as we continue with our man, Tony Bruno, live from Florida. A very wet, soggy, rainy Florida the last 2 days.
Although the sun's coming out now. The sun is coming out, and that's the good news. So get the blocks, boys. I want to see that house up.
That's right.
By the end of the week. Well, by the way, during the break, I just got a phone call from the bank, and they said that I am, in fact, now allowed to trade in my my F-15 and upgrade to the F-22 Raptor, so that if the government comes after us, I want to make sure that I also can get a 200 shell 12 gauge shotgun later on today at Cabela's here in Southwest Florida.
Exactly right. And Tony
I got
Bruno's
some
a
hunting
good
to do.
shot.
I got to go get some gator. I got to go get some of them big salamander. What are those big lizards? Rob? What?
Iguana.
I got to get some iguana.
In the wetlands.
My
wetlands of Delaware.
The wetlands of Delaware.
The wetlands of Delaware. I think Joe went to the John Hines area. You know, near the airport when it's the John Hines Wildlife Preserve. I think that's the last place Joe and Hunter was hunting back there too, looking for some crack chicks down there behind the airport on Rat Road, where I used to go and make out with chicks back in the day in Southwest Philly.
Weed Chick 420, or what was the?
Weed Slut 420.
Weed Slut 420.
Yeah.
I know her.
Yes.
I know her.
Yes.
That was your CB handle back in the day.
Yes. And she has
got Wheat Slut Day. You got your ears on Wheat Slut 420. This here's the rubber ducky.
Wheat Slut 420. Can you confirm front hole or back hole?
Oh, no.
All right, let's get it back on track. Family-friendly program here.
Yes.
I saw these two stories, Tony, and one thing I will say about Tony Bruno is he can't stand hypocrisy, and he doesn't care what your opinion is as long as you're consistent with it. So I want to give you these two stories just in brief in a brief recap, and I've got some audio video to point out the hypocrisy here. So there was this story of a Pride logo and some LGBTQ plus not artwork, but on streets. And a bunch of these young punks that, show up with ATVs and dirt bikes and cars, and they do these donuts and these wheelies and everything like that. They pretty much destroyed that Pride logo on some public property, and they were hit with a very, very harsh sentence. I believe it was 3 years in jail. But I want to point out this hypocrisy as you had pro-Palestinian protesters this past weekend just a few blocks away from the White House where they were defaming and vandalizing a statue, and there was a law enforcement officer there to try to prevent the destroying of the property. And this is K1, boys. I want to play you this video of this officer being pelted with objects, and you tell me about hate crimes and consistency and nobody being above the law and the hypocrisy that's going on in this country right now. K1, let's play this, and then, Tony, I want to get your reaction. A lot of curse words, a lot of vandalism on the statue. This officer's protecting the statue. He's grabbed a can of spray paint from somebody. Now watch as they start pelting him here. I believe it's coming up here in this video.
And here's the thing about this incident, Nick. That's the statue of Rochambeau, who was very prominent in helping the United States, helping us win the Revolutionary War. And all of a sudden, they sent out a park ranger.
Yeah.
That's a park ranger. That's not a cop. And then the White House knew this was going to happen because they put fences up all around the White House a couple of days before.
Yeah.
And then they leave this poor guy out here, and they're throwing stuff at him. They're spray painting a statue.
Yeah, I'm not sure
where they're doing all kinds of vile things. And he's like, it's a joke. They didn't send any police there. They sent park rangers out for a riot that they knew was going to happen. Now, the other story is, there's a couple of instances where guys were doing donuts on a Pride mural on a street.
Yep.
But the one that was the biggest outrage, and it really got my goat, is up in Spokane, Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And and I love the West Coast, but now we have to try to figure out which of the three West Coast states are the most insane right now. Oregon, Washington, or California is always number one because they're the biggest.
Yeah.
But now you got Washington State and Oregon trying to outdo each other on stupidity, because there is a public park where kids go out and they have their little skateboard thing. Not even a skateboard, they're little scooters. And they're not like motorcycles. They're not like big cars doing sideshows and destroying the thing. These kids weren't purposely going over the Pride thing. The Pride flag was painted in the middle of the street where a park is, and those kids, and you see it in all parks, The kids are on the sidewalk. They go up, they come down a ramp, and then they go into the street. They weren't they weren't scuffing it up intentionally. They were riding back and forth and then going back into the park, which is that street is right in front of a public park where people go and do recreational stuff. But it's ridiculous and by the way, there was a reporter in Spokane who I just absolutely tortured, and he got ratioed, the biggest ratio ever on social media, because he was like, look at this. I just saw this right in front of my eyes. These kids are committing a felony. They're scuffing up the pride parade in the middle of the street. And if you watch the tape, watch that tape in particular, the little teenagers, not even teenagers, probably early teenagers. It's an absolute joke.
They looked like they were maybe 10, 11,
yeah,
12,
and then this is what media does. Now, this is not some random dude posting this. This is a guy who's an accredited member of the media in Spokane, Washington, reporting this story and being outraged that two kids were riding a scooter, and it wasn't electrified.
Here's
it wasn't
a thought.
even an electrified thing.
Here's a thought. If they really don't want anybody driving over it, don't put it in a freaking intersection.
Especially in front of a park. I mean, come on now. Listen, again, we talk about it all the time. You know, listen, you can have Pride Month. I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. But these fringe lunatics have hijacked this moment and have made it bad for just the everyday, good-natured, happy LGBTQ people who don't want to deal with this stuff. They don't want to be part of this.
Right.
Most people that I know who are LGBTQ, gays, lesbians, whatever, they don't want to be a part of this. They think it's ridiculous that we have to have 30 consecutive days to tell everybody that you're proud. I'm proud every day. Say it loud. Can I say I'm white and I'm proud, or is that wrong?
I don't know. In this day and age, you got to be careful,
Remember
Tony
James
Bruno.
Brown. Say it loud.
Yeah.
I'm black and I'm proud. I'm blacker than a lot of people who claim to be black. I've been in the sun, baby, and I'm an Italian and I'm a Sicilian.
Look at you.
I don't go out and sunbathe.
Yeah.
I'm out there on the lot, overseeing the construction of the Paradiso Bruno.
Yeah.
So when you're out in the hot sun, you're going to get some sun. But I put sunscreen on. I actually put a hat on. You got to be careful out there, folks, in the hot sun.
What kind of SPF
Especially
you
with
using
climate
these
change.
days? What's your SPF number, Tony Bruno?
I go SPF 120.
120.
Wow, very
120
nice.
now,
Very
yeah.
nice.
Wow.
Or 420, depending on what time of the afternoon it is.
Tony Bruno, also known as Weed Slut 420.
By the way, we have to get it up. The only thing that makes Philadelphia look great these days with all the other stuff going on is Kyle Schwarber and the Phillies. Mr. June Boom himself. I was watching the post-game show last night on TNT, TBS. And that's a great show with Pedro Martinez and Curtis Granderson. The love that the Phillies are getting right now from everywhere in baseball. Listen, the Yankees are good, the Dodgers are good, but the Phillies, who have been good consistently the last few years, and each year we say, well, this team looks like they can go all the way. Right now, and now, of course, losing JT Realmuto with knee surgery with a meniscus tear, that's not going to help. But this team seems to find ways to win. They go up to Boston, and there he is, Kyle Schwarber, Mr. June.
Yeah, baby.
Hits a home run on the first pitch of the game, hits 2 home runs, and they had a stat on that game last night that Kyle Schwarber now, historically, because everybody said, why is he a leadoff man? All he does is hit home runs and strikes out. He has a better OPS than the greatest leadoff men in history, Ricky Henderson. All of these guys, when you look at the list of great leadoff men, Kyle Schwarber has better numbers than the historically greatest leadoff hitters ever, because most of the leadoff hitters weren't big home run hitters. You think of a big guy like Kyle Schwarber as a number 4 or 5 hitter, right? Cleanup guy?
Yep.
And people, why do you have Kyle Schwarber batting leadoff? Look at his statistics. It is absolutely mind-numbing how good this guy is as a leadoff hitter. And he comes up and hits the first pitch out of Fenway and then hits the other pitch right down the middle the second time up. And that's what sets the tone for the Phillies, letting the other team know, hey, listen, we're going to start off and put one spot up on you as soon as the game starts. So that's why the Phillies are playing well. Everybody's contributing. Their starting pitching is great. And the biggest point is, even though the Phillies have 5 starters, when you get to the postseason, you only need 3 guys. You have to have 3, and the Phillies have 3 studs. Between, what's his name, who pitched last night?
Nola, Wheeler, and Suarez.
Wheeler has 8 wins now. Aaron Nola's pitching great, and Ranger Suarez. Those three. Everybody else then is an extra arm in the postseason. So you'll use starters and long relievers. The Phillies are really set up, and I don't want to be, they're going to win the World Series. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say that this team right now, when we looked at the last few years, this may be the best constructed team and the most together team we have seen in a long, long time here.
I agree. They look great this year. And, Schwarber's a guy who looks like he, loves his protein. He loves his beef, probably loves a good Nathan's beef hot dog. I don't think Kyle Schwarber's ever going to go vegan, but Joey Chestnut apparently has. And when I think of the 4th of July, there's a lot of great things about this nation, our birthday. But, man, I love watching that hot dog eating contest. And you talk about the GOAT. Joey Chestnut to hot dogs is the equivalent of Caitlin Clark to women's basketball.
She hasn't. She's not yet. Whoa.
And he's now out of it. He's out of it because he went vegan, and they will not allow him to
put
compete.
Caitlin Clark in the Joey Chestnut range right now. Come on, man.
Hey, Tony, it's June. I'm trying to get through a show in sports radio. I got to give out a hot take. I got to say something I don't believe to get to the finish line.
No, you don't. You have to believe. Now, here's the best part of the story. So Joey Chestnut wins it every year. He's the GOAT. Nobody's even close. In fact, the guy who's now the leader, and I think we'll have the latest tote board on FanDuel on what the odds are. The guy who's now the supposed favorite to win the hot dog, the Nathan's contest, lost by like 50 hot dogs last year to Joey Chestnut. So Joey Chestnut, meanwhile, pulling what a lot of people want Caitlin Clark to do, say, listen, I'm too big for this. I'm going to go to my own league and then start another hot. But here's where it's a violation, as we used to say.
Okay.
You can't have a vegan hot dog eating contest unless they pay you a lot of money to eat inedible vegan hot dogs, because you want to stick it to the Nathan's people, and they're going to give you more money even if you only eat 10 of those nasty meatless hot dogs.
Yeah.
You can't have a hot dog that doesn't have meat. A hot dog is indistinguishable ground up product. It's like sausages, except it's really, really mushy. And when they make them, and you've seen them make hot dogs, it looks nasty.
I got to say something that's going to be a very controversial take. I was meatless for almost 10 years. I have eaten those vegan hot dogs. I got to tell you,
they're good.
They're not that bad. They kind of taste. I mean, what does a hot dog taste like anyway? It tastes like the condiments you put on it. It tastes like the bun. It tastes like mustard. It tastes like pickles. It tastes like exactly
mustard.
So it's not really that terrible. I'm just saying.
I know that, but it's sacrilege. Mustard. It's sacrilege.
Do you know an interesting little tidbit here? American hot dogs are not allowed to be sold in Europe because they are so bad for you.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Beyond Meat. Remember when it was a big deal? Their stock went through the roof. People, buy this Beyond Meat. Now they're like they're in like a separate section where nobody goes and buys it anymore. They can't give away this fake meat stuff, and it's awful. It's awful. I know it doesn't have any taste. It doesn't matter. A hot dog on a grill smells. Do those vegan hot dogs, when you put it on the grill, do they smell like hot dogs?
Yeah, they actually do.
They
because
do.
They inject some kind of meat smell into it.
It's true.
They inject it into the front hole.
When I get meat sweats, I want to earn meat sweats. You don't get meat sweats eating fake meat. You know what I'm saying?
All right, we got to go. Bruno, great stuff.
Love you guys.
Miss Robin, have a great day.
Next Wednesday and Thursday.
Yep.
Tony, Bruno, Miss Robin will be in with Dawn and myself.
And the first day of summer. Mark it down, kids. It's going to be awesome, baby.
It will, baby.
We'll talk about manhole maintenance policy.
Oh my God.
And trans-friendly front holes.
I am not going to be able to control next Wednesday's show.
Woo! Nope.
God almighty.
Nope. Warning everybody.
Trigger warning in effect.
Oh.
Here we go. All right, everybody. Thank you, brother. There he is, Tony Bruno. Vegan hot dogs with mustard. Yes, and onions and relish and pickles. Quick break. We'll come back. We'll get to our morning mystery movie clip. Dawn's got a big 3 on the way. And Hollywood and their trigger warnings and spoiler alerts. Very interesting story. We'll hit on that before we get to the cut sheet. Part 2, back after this.
Your small business deserves a strong financial leader. More than an accounting firm, you need a professional who will focus on growth and profitability. With Styles CFO Services, now you can afford an experienced CFO at the fraction of the cost of a full-time CFO. Styles CFO Services offers surprisingly affordable hourly rates, no retainers, contracts, or minimums, and a complimentary 21-point financial assessment. Visit stylescfo.com. That's STILESCFO.com. Accelerate the growth of your bottom line today with Styles CFO services.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
There must be lights burning brighter somewhere. Got to be birds flying higher in a sky more blue. If I can dream of a better land where all my brothers walk hand in hand, tell me why, oh why, oh why
Kayal Company, 921. Dreams do come true. And when Tony Bruno joins us, there's always a trigger warning in effect. If that bothers you, I can't help you. We're not in control of your feelings and emotions.
By the way, just programming notes real fast. So Tony will be in Wednesday and Thursday of next week. Mary Walter will be in this Friday for Dawn.
Yes.
Dawn is taking off for maybe or maybe not her birthday.
No, it's actually for Trump's birthday on Friday.
Yeah.
No, it's my son. It's qualifiers for Junior Olympics.
Well, apparently Mary said it on her podcast last night. So.
Oh, thank you, Mary.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Love Mary.
So you have a birthday, Trump has a birthday, and I'll be golfing at Trump's course.
And Tony Bruno. And you'll be at the Trump.
Yeah.
I think that'd be so cool if Trump showed up.
Yeah. My guess is that when he does come up to this area, it's usually Bedminster, right? I don't think he goes, I could be wrong, but I don't think he goes to the Trump Philadelphia course that often.
Because he's here in Reading tonight. I mean, I know he's jet sets all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. All right. We're going to get to Dawn's Big Three coming up here in just a moment, but it's 9:22 and it's time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So once again, Jones, what was briefly yours is now mine. What a fitting end to your life's pursuits. You're about to become a permanent addition to this archaeological find. Who knows? In 1,000 years, even you may be worth something.
Son of a... I'm afraid we must be going now, Dr. Jones. Our prize is awaited in Berlin. But I do not wish to leave you down in that awful place, all alone.
Slimy pig, you let me go! Stop it! Oh,
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And this movie came out on this day in 1981.
Wow.
Yes, 1981. Feels like an eternity ago.
It was.
It was. It was the year you were born, correct?
No.
No?
1980.
Okay. 80.
Last year of Gen X, baby.
Gotcha. Well, caller 12, if you know it, 855-839-1210, a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies take on the Somerset Patriots at First Energy Stadium in Reading, PA on Fireworks Night, Friday, July 5th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com.
I would like to say this week, Henry has already put in more effort in the morning mystery movie clips than Anthony did the entire time he was here. So.
Anthony, you are fired.
Thank you very much, Henry, for putting some effort into the morning mystery movie clip. I appreciate it.
Yes,
there's always a theme to it.
Yeah, and Henry, if you give us like a 3-day stretch of like Rocky 2, Jaws, and Home Alone, then you are fired, much like Anthony. Anthony was not fired for those who missed it last week. All right, 9:24. Let's get to Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal Company.
Sponsored by Styles CFO Services. Just out now, consumer prices. It's all about the economy, stupid. Consumer prices rose 3.3% in May compared to a year ago, easing slightly, I will say, from last month. But this is critical data that certainly will influence the policymakers at the Federal Reserve, who are set to announce a decision about whether or not to move its benchmark interest rate. So with inflation sticking at this level above their 2% target, the Fed expected to project cuts to its benchmark rate just once, maybe one rate cut, maybe two by this year's end. But it looks like, by all projections, it looks like maybe once before the critical November 5th elections, and then probably, if you listen to all the pundits, too little too late to impact the economy and all of the high interest rates and all of that prior to the election. So the Fed's rates policies typically have a significant impact, obviously, on the cost of mortgages, auto loans, credit card rates, which are sky high, other forms of consumer and business borrowing. And so it's a real disappointment for potential home buyers as well as others.
I don't know, Dawn. I'm used to 7% for this and a credit card at 28% for that. It's just, but the stock market's great.
Yeah.
Just settle down over there.
The rich get richer. But so not great. It depends on which news agency, obviously, you rely on, because some are saying, oh, good news for Biden. I don't necessarily see that. The consumer prices rising 3.3%, well above that 2% target. So we'll follow this, but I just want to bring you that important economic data. And keep in mind, when they talk about all of these latest numbers, I don't even understand it. This is not my wheelhouse, but I never quite understand how they don't consider things like fuel prices, food prices.
Yeah.
How do you not consider that? That's everything. Fuel, it fuels everything, literally.
Yeah, funny you say that. I have the numbers, the updated numbers that you're talking about since Biden took office. Gas is up 55.3%, and groceries are up 21.2%.
So think about those numbers, and they don't even consider that into this rise in the 3.3%, you know?
And real average weekly earnings are down 3.9%.
Boom. So the day after, a Wilmington, Delaware jury found his only living son guilty on all counts of those federal gun charges. Joe Biden, where is he headed? Well, he is headed to a place that I'm envious that he's going there, Puglia, Italy.
Daddy owes you.
Yes. Oh, this is a beautiful place he's headed to. This is where we were, one of the places we were in with our friend Ken Chase, conservativetours.com, Puglia, Italy, one of the most beautiful places in the world. But anyway.
I was just going to ask you, did Joe use conservativetours.com?
I know they should.
Definitely did not.
Definitely did not. But it's a 3-day meeting in Puglia, Italy, with a group of 7, the G7 organization formed by the world's largest industrialized nations. Major topic will be tapping $300 billion worth of frozen Russian assets to strengthen Ukraine at the battlefield. Joe Biden here wants to send more weapons to Ukraine and wants to talk Ukraine and, fending off Russia's invasion, all of that. So the big G7 that is upcoming. And number 3, as we look at this, ding, ding, ding. I was going to do Joey Chestnut, but you guys grabbed that one. I was looking up Tajikistan and Tajiks, because we actually have quite a population, a large, relatively large population of Tajiks from Tajikistan.
Right.
Which is among the poorest and known as one of the most radicalized nations of the Central Asian countries. And so this, as ICE arrested these 8 men from Tajikistan with potential ties to ISIS in Philadelphia, New York, mainly Philadelphia and New York, and then 1 in Los Angeles. The arrest happened over the weekend. That's when ICE was asked by the feds, by an FBI special task force, to pick them up. So apparently their chatter was escalating.
I'm really curious to know where specifically in Philadelphia they were apprehended. That is the fascinating.
Didn't you say they were in New York, Dawn, right?
Mostly in New York, but 1 or 2 here in Philadelphia.
Yeah. I'd like to know where.
Mostly a New York issue. But if you look up I was looking up all the stories about Philadelphia and how, because we're a sanctuary, and how we especially have welcomed in people from this region. And so that's a question that I have is, locally are some of the mosques, because you think about Islamic activation, if you will. And so people from Tajikistan, they're oppressed and extremely poor. And as the world, because if you think about peace and prosperity, they are in the world at the tail end of that. And so if you really do your research on Tajikistan, I didn't know much about it actually, but you think about what's going on in that country. And so these are young men who are hungry, who are among the poorest, and who are activated as far as militants. And so that's something that is a focus, obviously, of the feds.
Yep.
These individuals crossed over our southern border and were allowed in. Even they came right through. Even we talked about in the 6 a.m. hour, one of them used the app that the Biden administration, the CBP app.
Yeah, and that's not Citizens Bank Park, folks.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That's a good point.
All right.
A very good point, Nick.
You come up through the southern border, and we've been talking about this with all the footage that we see. Bill Malugin, who's camped out there all the time. These are, men in the prime of their lives, not necessarily from South America, from Asia, from China, from the Middle East, Turkey, on down the list. And boy, I tell you, you don't see families that much. You don't see young kids. And here we go. I mean, like I said, these people are not stupid. They know what's going on. And we've been saying they look like militant aged men. And that's exactly what these guys are.
And no longer are people from Mexico the number one group of migrants coming into the country. No. That's another stat from Pew.
Yep.
From Pew researchers.
That's correct.
So a lot of questions. Philadelphia. Why Philadelphia? Many speculating. Is it because we're prepping for the 250th celebration of our birthday? We're going to be obviously the World Soccer Cup upcoming, or is it because we're a sanctuary city and we are so welcoming here?
Well, and also too, think about how distracted we are as everyday Americans, and also what's going on in the news. If people are dialed into everything in the news, we're talking about Trump trials and Biden trials and the economy and the election. So you got to imagine that the terrorists are probably like, boy, Americans are really distracted with a lot of nonsense right now. Maybe you catch the government with their guard down, the border's wide open. Now seems like an opportune time to strike. As you mentioned, the big anniversary coming up. It's an election year. And make no mistake about it, these things are coordinated with the intent of doing certain things based on the timing of, different dates and things like that. And we said this earlier in the 7 o'clock hour. These are not stupid individuals. They're very savvy with computers, explosives. They can train to fly a plane. I mean, this is not your, normal low-level felon in this country.
Yes, sir. None of these 8 men are currently charged with terrorism. The FBI still alerted ICE that the men should be arrested due to potential ties to ISIS. So we're watching this story very carefully. And again, this is Central Asia's poorest nation, home to a growing radical Islamist young men. So that's one of the headlines as I was looking at worldwide headlines. We are sponsored this morning by Styles CFO Services, offering a full suite of accounting and financial services to help really transform your company, big or small. Visit stylescfo.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Styles CFO Services be yours. That's our big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Jeannie is in Aston, and Jeannie's our winner today of the Morning Mystery Movie Clip. Jeannie, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Good morning. That was Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yes,
Jeannie.
33 years ago today. Congratulations, Jeannie. You've got yourself a 4-pack of tickets on July 5th to see the Red and Phillies.
Sweet. Thank you.
Try that math again, Nick. 43 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not 1991, 1981.
1981.
Bad math out of me.
Yep.
Wow. All right, we'll come back, get to what's on the cut sheet part 2 as we continue.
We have just a little tease for what's on the cut sheet part 2.
Yeah.
Is Piers Morgan the new Barbara Walters?
No.
Because he made Kevin Spacey cry. And we have that audio.
I have no idea what this is about. I'll find out with the rest of the audience when we return.
Let's talk about a little magic. Maybe you need a little magic in your kitchen, in your home, in your bathroom. You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. What about a new vanity or a tub shower conversion? You are going to love that new bathroom. Plus, Kitchen Magic offers an industry-leading warranty. They are a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and that's not all. Plus, you get 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Get this on the calendar. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My name is John Smirga. I'm from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Crash-proof retirement is a means of taking your wealth and protecting it against the market volatilities so you don't lose anything. The ceiling is high as you can get, but the floor is 0, so you never lose any money. I've made an average of 4 or 5% each year, but then I make 4 or 5% on that 4 and 5%, compounding interest on top of interest. I'm not worried about volatility in the market. I'm not worried about inflation. The crash-proof retirement system has taken that angst out of play.
Only Crash-Proof Retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, July 23rd. The event is followed by complimentary dinner. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is, getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, honey, I love you too much. I need your love too much. Want the thrill of your tough energy. I can't love you too much. You do all the living while I do all the giving. Gonna love you too much.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:39 here on a Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Sean Ferris will join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Normally on Fridays. We'll talk to him tomorrow on Thursday's show. And then Mary Walter will be in for Dawn on Friday. And Tony Bruno coming up for multiple days next week. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2? Sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. Buying a home with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage Credit Union. Unlock exclusive cash rewards, benefits, and discounts. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. Insured by NCUA, not a member. Join today. NMLS 433838. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Yes, I mentioned this earlier. Actor Kevin Spacey. In case you don't remember, Spacey was accused of 9 different sexual offenses in a London criminal trial last year. I think it was last July. But he was later found not guilty. So in his first real interview that I've seen, he went on with Piers Morgan, who apparently is the new Barbara Walters because he made Kevin Spacey cry. When they asked about Spacey disclosed that his Baltimore house that he's living in right now is being foreclosed on.
Okay.
Because he owes many millions of dollars in legal bills. Right. Apparently he moved in this house while he was filming the Netflix series House of Cards, which he was later removed from because of these sexual allegations that he was later found not guilty on. This is how that interview goes. You have to see this video too, by the way. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. He puts his head down, starts crying. Very dramatic.
He's an actor, right?
Well,
he's a good actor.
Cut 4, Phil, go.
Where do you live now? Well, it's funny you asked that question, because this week, where I have been living in Baltimore, is being foreclosed on. My house is being sold at auction. Really? So I have to go back to Baltimore and put all my things in storage. Really? So the answer to that question is, I'm not quite sure where I'm going to live now, but I've been in Baltimore for since we started shooting House of Cards there. So how long is that? I moved there in 2012. So this has been your home for 12 years? Well, not this particular place, but this place has been my home and Evan and Lucy's home since 2016. Why is it being foreclosed? Because I can't pay the bills that I owe. Are you facing bankruptcy? Been a couple of times when I thought I was going to file, but we've managed to sort of dodge it, at least as of today. How much money do you have? None.
Wow.
Really?
Well, I mean, you have some sense of legal bills.
Yeah.
I still owe a lot of legal bills that
You're
I have not been able to pay.
You're actually in debt?
Yes.
Do you mind me asking how much you owe?
Piers Morgan.
It's considerable.
Millions?
Many millions, yes. The house itself is many millions.
What are you going to do?
Get back on the horse. Get back on the horse.
So, two questions or two thoughts with that clip. Number one, I paid attention a little bit to the trial last year, and I know he was found not guilty and acquitted, but isn't there still the kind of public belief out there that he's not necessarily
in the interview, he admitted that he has been guilty of pushing the boundaries. Mm-hmm. Those are his words.
Yeah.
And bad behavior sometimes.
Yeah.
Those are also his words.
Yeah.
So
if that's true, then I don't really feel bad for the guy. The question now becomes, I would assume, at least that's one of the questions I have, is he persona non grata in Hollywood? Is he blacklisted and blackballed, or will he get a chance to
that's an interesting question.
Redeem himself, so to speak, and make a living?
That's an interesting question, right?
Yeah.
Because Hollywood's a weird place.
It is.
They forgave Woody Allen for what may or may not have been some creepy thing where he married Mia Farrow's, because I don't think his kid with Mia Farrow. I mean, it was adopted, but
there's a lot of creepy, disgusting people in Hollywood.
Then there's that what's his nuts? The guy who fled to France. The French.
Here we go again.
Hide everybody from us. A bunch of cowards.
Let me ask you this: Where would you rather?
Polanski.
Where would you rather? Roman Polanski. Where would you rather live, France or Baltimore?
I'd rather live in Baltimore.
Maybe that's what Kevin Spacey should be most recognized for: surviving a dozen years in Baltimore.
Yeah.
God.
Dawn, any last thoughts on the Kevin Spacey crying?
Well, he did admit to flying with Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton to the pedophile island.
Okay.
But he is...
As a part of the Clinton Foundation, though, he said.
He says,
yeah.
He admits to that. But I think there's so much swirling around him, and it involves underage or teenage or young boys, and a whole lot swirling.
A lot of swirls.
A lot of swirls.
Yep.
And not any front holes. We talked about front holes. So
such a good act.
Yeah, House of Cards. He at one point, I looked it up while you were playing that clip. He at one point was worth an estimated $70 million.
Wow.
But as an alleged pedophile, I don't know. He doesn't come out and completely deny all this stuff.
Yeah.
And so it's just all creepy and icky.
He was great in the movie 21, the card counting movie with the MIT kids.
Yep.
I remember they were.
Oh, he's a great actor. Kaiser Sose. I mean, come on, he's a fabulous actor. He was great. He was great in House of Cards.
Yeah.
But Woody Allen also made some good movies. That's all I can say.
Yeah. A lot of talented people in Hollywood that behind the scenes are just
Pencil. I had this yesterday and I never got to it because there's always so much. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro was on with what's her face, Jen Psaki.
Inside.
And unloaded on Trump and asked him to stop S-talking America. You know the S word. Dropping the S-bomb on cable news. Our own governor, Josh Shapiro.
Wow.
Cut 12, Phil, go.
Look, I don't know how the conviction will ultimately play out. I know that the good people of Pennsylvania, they care a lot, whether you're in rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities, about, four basic things. They want good schools for their kids. They want safe communities. They want economic opportunities. And they want their freedoms to be protected. And you know what? I think they want to be led by someone who is honest and decent, someone who's actually on their side, like Joe Biden. And all they hear from Donald Trump is a whole bunch of whining about this country. And I think Donald Trump's got to quit whining, got to quit trying to divide us. I mean, consider this, Jen. We're producing more energy than ever before in this nation. We have the strongest economy in the world, and we are beating China for the first time in decades. More people went to work this morning in America than at any other time in our nation's history. So I got a message to Donald Trump and all his negativity and his whining. Stop talking America. This is the greatest country on earth.
There you go.
Where did that come from? Oh, Mr. Montgomery County with an S-bomb inside of Psaki. Hey, my God.
It's
a little decorum, Mr. Governor. Speaking of Pennsylvania.
It's the inside interview, by the way.
Yeah. Let me just give this. I just retweeted this. I want to read this to our audience. Speaking of Pennsylvania, I wasn't going to bring it up, but now that we're going local with Shapiro, the latest NPR Marist poll asked two questions. Pennsylvania poll. Were you in Pennsylvania and your family better off during the Trump presidency or the Biden presidency? 53% say Trump, 44% say Biden. And as far as S-talking the country, Mr. Shapiro, the question was the country better off during Trump's presidency or Biden? 52% say Trump, 46% say Biden.
Meanwhile, this report from NBC News, I'm going to assume that they are talking about the wonderful, great city of Philadelphia in this report. This is cut 17. Phil, go.
Murders are up double digits in L.A., Baton Rouge, Kansas City, Orlando, Wichita, and Colorado Springs. In Pompano Beach, Florida, police and federal agents just wrapped up a 6-week sweep targeting guns and drugs, arresting 132 suspects and confiscating dozens of weapons.
Murders up double digits in cities across the country. I know there's a lot of stats that fly around here about murder rates or crime down
Other crime
here,
data.
but it's like I do believe that the murder rate in this city is up.
Yeah.
I could be wrong on that,
and some of the stats are very misleading because, again, and we talked about this a couple of months ago with the FBI not giving good, relevant information. I think it was the Washington Times that exposed it. By the way, if you don't charge, you don't prosecute, a lot of these numbers will look down because we're living in a system where right now there's no repercussions.
Absolutely.
Yep. That's all you got?
One more here.
Okay.
Home ownership. The costs of owning a home in our great year of 2024, the year of our Lord, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Harry Etten says, this is how much home ownership costs are up since 2020. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
Bankrate found that on average, Americans are spending $18,000 a year to own and maintain their home. That is obviously a lot of money. When you think about it, it's almost like the cost of buying a used car a year. This is 26% more than in 2020. And of course, this is all on top of your mortgage payment, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about the cost of energy, the cost of property taxes. And the biggest drivers, according to Bankrate, are the fact that it's gotten more expensive to maintain a home and also the cost of home insurance.
There you go.
You know, I was saying this to a couple of people yesterday because I was talking with some people about mortgages. And, you know, you say, well, it's a great time to be a home owner if you're selling, not a great time to be a buyer. But here's the thing. If you're a seller, I mean, let's say you bought your home in 2017 and it was worth $400 and now it's worth $5.5. That's great. But, you know, if you sell it, where do you go, right? Like, I mean, everything else is so expensive now that it's not like you're really cashing in on a major profit 7 years later.
One more here on the thing for home ownership. Vice President Kamala Harris says getting housing prices under control, it's not going to come until the second term. So we're dangling this carrot in front of the American people. Cut 10, Phil, go.
There are certainly some other issues that we need to deal with. I mean, part of the second term agenda starting now is again what we've got to do in getting under control of the housing price, and both in terms of affordability to be able to buy a house and rent. We got to get more work done in terms of what we can do around dealing with access to capital. That's work we've been doing, helping people have a leg up and be able to start, a family, start thinking about buying a home and not worrying about debt.
There you go. So
stop worrying about DEI.
That'll come in a second term. So vote for us if you want housing prices to get better.
Right. And the stock market could crash in 2025 as well. So cool. All right. Thank you very much, Kamala. 855. Well, no, we're out of time. Let's get to it's 9:52. Let's find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show.
Yes, we're working obviously on the big story of an alleged group of terrorists. Some of them allegedly were right here in Philadelphia. So that's one of the reports. So we have some new details on that. Looking at Merrick Garland, the vote is supposed to come down within the hour as the House is expected to vote on whether or not he should be held in contempt of court because, number one, he won't release, or DOJ will not release, that Biden audio that we've talked a lot about. So we have that coming on. So much local developing and breaking today. So we'll break it all down for you coming up on the Dawn Show.
All right, Dawn Show in 7 minutes. But what happened today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Wednesday, June 12th. Welcome to the 100th edition of Today in Music History. Wow. That's correct. Woo. This is number 100.
Look at the cake.
Birthdays include Brad Delp from Boston, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, and John Wetton. Singles include The Cars' Let's Go from 1979. Albums include Megadeth's Killing Is My Business and Business Is Good from 1985. Also, in 89, the Elvis Autoland Museum opened at Graceland. And in 68, the movie Speedway, starring Elvis and Nancy Sinatra, opened in theaters. God. But lastly, since this is the 100th edition of Today in Music History, time for another top 5. So today, my top 5 concert scene ever. So number 5, July 13th, 1988, David Lee Roth and Poison in Madison Square Garden. My second show ever, and David Lee Roth supporting the Skyscraper Tour.
Look at the ticket
Actually,
stubs.
side note, my first show was Joan Jett at my college gym in 1987. Number 4, July 29th, 1992, Guns N' Roses, Metallica, and Faith No More at Giant Stadium. Both GNR and Metallica did complete full sets. Number 3, June 10th and 11th, 1994. Pink Floyd at Yankee Stadium. I went to night 2 because I won the tickets off the radio. Number 2, July 14th, 1998. Page and Plant outside Boston. 2+ hours of Led Zeppelin. Absolutely incredible. And number 1, actually a local show. September 22nd, 2002. The Rolling Stones at the Tower Theater. Wow. And that's all I got today. See you tomorrow for Kayal & Company. I'm Phil Lomquist.
Oh, nice of the guy to go to a local venue. All he does is go to Yankee Stadium and the Meadowlands and Giant Stadium. Nice work, Philip. 100 episodes in the books.
Yep,
there you go. All right, the Dawn Show is coming up next. She's well past 100 episodes of the Dawn Show, and it's just about 4.5 minutes out. Stay tuned. She's next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as John Fetterman would say,
good night, everybody.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues